All right, what up, everybody? We're here, we're back. When heroes attract people, they keep coming back. Facts are facts. What do you do to attract heroes in your life that keep on coming back? Got some tea, of course. Time to fly, time to open up brains, dig down inside, take out everything we don't really need, see what's left over. The treasures in your mind that sometimes hide, they're sometimes hard to find. Sometimes hard to define your concepts in your mind, but that's all right. It takes time. I was not expecting watermelon mint black tea. What a nice surprise. I just reached into a big bag of tea. Random select. Pleasantly surprised. What are we going to do today, family? What are we going to talk about? What incredible wonders of the brain will we uncover tonight? Sometimes it's scary because you don't want to look under the bed. Some people say that monsters there lie. The problem with monsters is if you're ignorant about the monsters that might be hiding under your bed, you're just filled with fear and dread. Why not bring them into the light instead? Have a conversation. Sometimes we got to remind ourselves that there's always monsters hiding under the bed, but oftentimes there's no need to fear, because it's sometimes in your head. Looking under the bed. All right, let's come up with a good icebreaker. What's a good icebreaker for today's conversation? Something that you were deathly afraid of as a child. Maybe a illogical fear. How about that? Is that a good place to start? Irrational fears. Irrational fears. Let me tell you a story. When I was somewhere between 6 and 8, maybe. My parents were really cool. I have a story. Clowns has got a story. Excellent. What's up, my man? How you doing, Clowns? It started, it ended. The best kind of story. Straight to the point. A straight line. A single dimension of time. It started, it ended. Something happened in between. How are you? Would you like company? Yeah, of course. I'm always open to company. I'm going to tell a little story, start off with. Our icebreaker today, Clowns, is irrational fears. An irrational fear that you may have had in your life. Maybe we still have it. Maybe it still hasn't subsided entirely. I'm going to jump into the lounge. Oh, you're already there. My man, Clowns. How's it doing, man?
Great. Would it be okay if Bunny joins us?
Of course, everyone's welcome to join.
Okay. And then Eyeballs, is it okay if she joins?
Of course. Everyone is welcome here.
All right. Let me send them both an invite.
There are no weird conditions. Clowns.
Good,
We'll just say
good.
Clown Crew. That's what we'll put as a label. Clown Crew. All right.
Beautiful. Where is she?
The Clown Crew's coming to town. Hope you're ready.
Okay, I can't find.
Hope you're ready for the Clown Crew.
But yeah, I'm in a great mood.
Good. Why can't I adjust this little thing here? Maybe because it's locked. That's probably why. There we go. All right. Clown Crew, our speakers tonight. Clowns Bunny. Clowns Bunny. All right. Are you official property of Clowns?
Here I am.
Hey.
Bunny.
Mute the stream, huh?
All right. Are you official property of Clowns?
I'm getting a pretty big echo from, I'm not sure who it is. So one of you, if you've got speakers
that would be Rem. Rem, you have to mute the stream.
Pretty big echo.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not sure who it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
So
me.
one of you, if you...
And I'm property of hers, not the other way around.
Lelia Johnson, hello.
There we go.
How are you? Is this another crew member? Lelia?
No, I don't know Lelia.
Oh, Lelia.
But there's Eyeballs. Hi, Eyeballs.
All right, we've got a whole crew. We've got a clown crew coming to chat today. Our icebreaker.
Okay, so he's gonna tell a story, and then we can...
Yeah. I'm gonna tell a fun story.
All right, let's
Does
do
it have wizards?
You didn't remember me? It's hard to keep track of names. Give me a little refresher, Lelia. My memory's actually not that good.
I know the name. I've seen it before.
Yeah, I vaguely recall the name.
You should said Arson. He'll remember you after that.
I'm drinking watermelon mint black tea today. It's really good.
Nice.
That does sound really good.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. I just have a Ziploc bag and it's got a bunch of tea bags in there, and I just randomly grabbed into and dropped a tea bag in here, and I took a first sip of tea and I was like, oh, I didn't expect that. Thought it was going to be like Earl Grey or something standard and boring. Oh, Lelia Johnson.
Oh.
Are you the person that I kicked out? Okay. So Lelia is this person that I hired to do some artwork for my stream, and I thought that she was a scammer because her story didn't really make sense, and she was using AI to respond to me. So I was like, "You're not who you say you are, and if you can't be transparent, then I don't want to work with you because I'm about honesty and transparency." So listen, she says. All right, you have your chance of redemption. I'm going to tell a story while you think about and text in the chat. All right, so irrational fears. That's the icebreaker today. Irrational fears. How many of you are familiar with the holiday Christmas?
Who isn't? Well, most folks are.
So when I was like somewhere between the ages of 6 and 8, just a young lad, my parents, they're good parents. We didn't have a whole lot of money growing up, but they always went all out for Christmas. And one year, my mom decided to tie a ribbon around these double doors to my room so that it was kind of like I opened the present to the Christmas room where all the other presents were. So it was kind of a fun idea, right?
Yeah.
Only I woke up in the middle of the night and I had to go pee so bad for the life of me. And I got up and the room was completely dark and I'm trying to open the doors, like violently shaking the doors and like I'm peeing myself. And I couldn't figure out what was wrong because these doors had never been actually bound together in any way, shape, or form. There's no lock or anything. So I started like screaming. My parents woke up and my mom like undid the ribbon. She's like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wanted this to be a surprise." So anyways, I at that whole period of my life, I was scared of the dark. I had an irrational fear of the dark. I don't know if this is probably a common thing, right? This must be just the unknown, right? If you try to generalize the dark and use it as a metaphor for the unknown, that is probably like the scariest thing, right? When you have no senses, you can't see anything, you don't know what's around. Because anything could be there, right? Monsters, goblins, spiders. Oh, here's another. So my irrational fear of the dark. There's another P story. So these two stories are related. So another night, I watched the movie. This is an old movie, so for you youngins out there, you might not remember this movie. I watched the movie Arachnophobia, and it's about spiders. It's about big spiders. And the spiders kind of take over and they terrorize the residents. I'm not sure if it was the entire world or just like a neighborhood. But that night, I was just like, I would feel, you know how you'd feel little like hairs on your neck if something goes by and you're thinking about something spidery. You interpret all of these harmless little signals that your body is taking in as, oh my God, it's a spider. Oh God. So I was kind of having that in the middle of the night and I had to pee again, right? But the light switch is across the room, so I have to get up and walk around on the ground to go flick on the light switch, right? And for some reason, my mind was like, must be 1,000 spiders crawling around on the ground right now that I can't see. So there is no way I'm going to get out of bed and try to turn on the light switch. And
oh no.
So I sat there awake for 5 hours until the sun came up, like pinching off the tube, just wriggling and writhing and just like holding this in complete agony and pain because I was so scared that there must be spiders on the ground. I remember that. There was a horrible moment in time. It felt like it went on for a lifetime. It was like I was battling between the desire to relieve this horrible pain in my bladder and the fear that was keeping me in bed from going and flipping on the light switch. So it was a real catch-22. So that's a fun story about an irrational fear that I had as a kid.
For me, I think it's irrational. I don't think I have very many irrational fears. Most of my fears are substantiated. Like one of the things I always did with my kids was make sure that they knew that they were always part of my life. They would always be part of my life because my family, whenever I was like 12, started shipping me off from family member to family member. So I always tried to make sure all my kids knew that they always had a place to come back to.
Aw.
Because I never felt like that growing up.
That's good. That's
So,
nice. Safe space. All right. Who else has an irrational fear that they'd like to share, or has had in the past an irrational fear? Heights,
I used to,
snakes,
as a child, have an irrational fear of the dark. Nothing specific, just the dark.
darkness.
But I also customarily had nightmares like almost every night, so that probably contributed to it. I got over it though.
Good.
Interestingly enough, I watched enough horror video game Let's Plays and I got over it.
interesting.
So video games. That's interesting. Yeah. I'm watching a series called The Three Body Problem, and it's really good. I like it a lot. But
Yeah.
it imagines a headset, a VR headset that you can just put on, and it controls your brainwaves so it can simulate a kind of reality that's indistinguishable from this reality.
Pretty sci-fi.
Pretty sci-fi. But if you just think about normal VR headsets, the technology today, even though it doesn't really give you the sort of 4K experience of real life, it does a good enough job to where it pretty like strongly convinces you that you're in a different place, right? I remember
Yes.
I did this climbing game. I don't know. Have you ever done a climbing game? You're a mountain climber and you have to like reach up and climb this mountain. And you get up on these little ledges and you look around and you can look straight down. It's just a sheer cliff. And you get tingles up and down your spine, man. You're like, oh my God, that is terrifying. So things like this, these might be tools to help us to get over some of our fears.
I
There's
do want
another.
to say, hey, Dan, what's up? I just want to say hi, Dan. Sorry.
Dance, what's up, Dance? Fear is my
Dan's been
ally.
jabbering.
Darth Maul. Well, fear is an ally. Fear is actually a necessary. I mean, if we weren't afraid. So there's stories of people that have damage to their amygdala, usually a part of the brain associated with the fear response. And these people have no fear. And consequently, they engage in all sorts of risky behaviors, and many of them don't last very long because they do not have this sort of intuition about whether or not something is worth taking the risk, right? The risk reward. There's no sort of risk reward cost benefit analysis going on because there's only the reward side of it. Like there's no, like, they feel invincible. So fear is an
Like
ally.
folks who can't feel pain.
Like folks who can't feel pain, right? Right. If you can't feel that a pan is burning hot when you take it out of the oven, yeah, you're going to do real damage to your hands. So. Oh, Lelia, no, I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I will accept your new username, and but on one condition: you talk to me using a microphone, because that's the only way that I know who you really are. If I can talk to you in person, then I'm more likely to give you the benefit of the doubt that you are who you say you are. So yes, I will accept your new username and we can talk. Cool. All right, clowns, irrational fear. Or any follow up to anything in our discussion so far is fine.
I think as people, like, don't think there's such thing as really an irrational fear. Usually, it's driven by something, whether it's biology or experiences. Like my, like the fear of my kids feeling like they could possibly be abandoned. I mean, that comes from my childhood, right?
Yeah.
I never really had a fear of the dark, but that is because I grew up in Texas on a ranch, and we really didn't have electricity, so dark was kind of something that just happened, and we dealt with it. And then you realize really quick there's really not much to be afraid of there. Um, but like that trauma of being shipped off and scooted around, that stuck with me for a long time. Still kind of does a little bit, I think. And I don't think it's irrational. I mean, it's just something that's happened to me that stuck with me, and it has an impact. Usually, irrational fears are based on nothing happening to you, and I just don't think that that's the case for the most part. Like it might have been something when you were younger that you just don't remember.
Yeah,
Like
so
fear of spiders. A spider could have crawled up on your leg when you were a child, and it just scared the crap out of you, and it just stuck with you, you know.
right.
And in today's day and age, you could have been a kid, and your parents just showed you arachnophobia, and there you go, fucking fear of spiders. So I
Yeah.
don't think there's such thing as an irrational fear.
Well, yeah, it depends on how you're, I mean, you're right in pointing that out. It depends on how you define it. So if you define rationality as just the mind's default way of making sense of reality and using memory as a way to drive future behavior that we think might have, bad consequences, then, I mean, then yeah, that's not irrational if you just define the mind as the best possible system that could have evolved to, make sense of
Like right,
experience. But in another sense, I would define it as irrational fears are um, patterns that your mind has been programmed with through experience that are unlikely, that give you a belief of an outcome that is very unlikely, but yet you cling to anyways.
okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I have an irrational fear right now of this fruit salad I made. I will not be able to stop eating it all.
You have an irrational fear of failing the fruit salad test, just like the marshmallow
Yeah,
test, only this one is fruit salad.
it's so fucking good. You don't understand. I spent how long did it take me to make this damn thing?
Not long. I mean, just 10 minutes tops.
Okay,
No, it took longer than that.
what kind of
Probably
fruit?
about pineapple, oranges,
Mm-hmm.
bananas,
Mm-hmm.
cantaloupe,
Strawberry, melon.
watermelon,
Yeah.
strawberries,
Wow.
coconut.
Coconut.
It's so fucking
Vanilla
good.
That's a
and
curveball.
nutmeg.
Vanilla
Yeah,
yogurt.
vanilla and nutmeg is all.
Vanilla
Since
yogurt.
we're talking about food, I saw someone putting mustard on brownies.
Oh god,
What?
that's my fear right now. Eating somebody that dumb.
Mustard on brownies?
Yeah, I witnessed it. It was
You
terrifying.
Sacrilegious.
where were you when you saw this? What kind of place
I
would
was,
allow
it was,
such
I
an
was,
act of deviance?
I don't know. I
Yeah,
was
what kind of
scrolling
place
through
desecrates
Instagram.
a brownie?
I was scrolling through Instagram, and then I just saw someone. I like
Oh, the
mustard on my
internet.
brownies, and yeah, I
Stay
wasn't
off of the
feeling it.
internet. That is the Wild West, man. You see things that you can't
Yeah.
unsee on the internet. That's the lesson there. Dan says amnesia
There is
and
a
dementia.
number one saying.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead.
That's enough
Jimmy,
internet for
you
today.
do not want to be part of her feed. Her feed is terrifying.
Dan says amnesia and
I know.
dementia.
I just found out my feed isn't that bad because, like, the new friend I made recently, they started sending me reels on Instagram, and their reels are 10 times worse than mine, and I'm actually horrified. Yeah, I'm horrified from half the things that they just sent me, and I'm like, what the? Okay. Not
How is it
seeing
worse
any
than
of
your
their
feed?
videos
Your
anymore.
feed is nightmarish sometimes.
Oh no, theirs is worse. I saw a pickle eating a cucumber saying some really unhinged things just now. I'm terrified.
That's got to be AI.
I'm
Oh.
horrified.
It's funny.
It definitely is
Did we
AI,
mention
but
AI
it's
and
terrifying.
cucumbers last time on stream? I think we did. Yeah. Cucumbers and pickles came up last time on stream. This must become stream lore or something. I think it's because
they just sent it to me not that long ago. They just sent me it, and I was like, okay. And then they started showing the pickle eating like tomatoes and shit. I was like, okay, what the?
yeah. No, I actually saw a thumbnail of this too. The cannibal vegetables. There's apparently some YouTuber that looks at AI and kind of treats it at face value, right? So he'll look at AI and pretend that this is actually happening in the world. He's like, I didn't know that there were such a thing as cannibal vegetables. And I guess there's a bunch of AI videos that were made of vegetables eating other vegetables. So I think that's probably one of those. That was probably one of those memes.
That's probably one of those.
The dark side of Veggie Tales.
Exactly. Exactly. When Veggie Tales goes wrong, the Black Mirror Veggie Tales. So
I can't stop. I need somebody to stop me from eating all this fruit salad. I cannot stop.
addiction. There's three problems that humanity faces right now. Just three, actually. It all comes down to these three problems. One of it is ignorance.
Yeah.
The second is addiction. And the third is cancer, which the first two kind of lead to the third, metaphorically speaking. So addiction,
Fair.
that's a big one. So, but addiction to fruit salad, I think that's pretty innocuous, man. I'm not gonna call you out on that or tell you that's a major problem at this
I
moment.
can't stop eating it.
Yeah, but
I've already eaten half the fucking.
once the bowl
I've
bowl's
already eaten
gone,
half the bowl.
once the bowl's gone, there's not another 5 bowls waiting for you. So, you know.
Yes, there is. Yes,
There is? Oh God. How much fruit did you buy? So thanks for the follow.
A lot.
Someone just gave me a follow. Shout out to the new follower. Welcome to the Brain Train. My name is Roy. I'm just kind of a cool guy. I strive to be the most interesting person alive. I have lots of novel ideas and thoughts. I'm not a traditional academic in that sense. I went to UC Berkeley. I have a background in cognitive science, but I'm not a specialist in any sort of field. I just like talking and having good conversations. So if you like doing that and you're open to changing your mind on things and you like brainstorms, then this is a place for you. So welcome.
I'm down.
Amnesia and dementia. These are pretty scary things. Honestly, Dance. Amnesia and dementia.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have your memories, who are you? You have no recollection of your past? How are you supposed to define yourself?
My grandfather had dementia before he passed. He also couldn't remember me, but that's kind of all right. He wouldn't have been able to remember me anyway. But yeah, they had to constantly remind him that his wife was dead because she died a year previously, and I feel like that's torture, you know? Because they had to constantly remind him because he kept asking, "Oh, where's my wife? Where is she?" And then they're like, "She passed away." And he's like, "Oh."
I'm not getting laid today. What the hell?
I feel like it's
that's
so
a horror
tragic.
story.
It's so sad.
Yeah, that is
It's so
super
sad.
tragic.
You have to constantly be reminded, like every single time, that oh, the person I love is dead, but like I'm still here, but I keep forgetting that they exist. So then they probably like would feel bad with them, forget about feeling bad about it because then they forget about it again. So
What if
I'm just
feeling
like,
bad
oh.
just like intensified the dementia?
Oh, that would
The
suck,
stress,
man.
yeah. I mean, I think that's a viable theory that you got there. The additional stress of always like waiting and wondering, where's the love of my life? When is she going to come home? Did she abandon me? Being in a,
Tell him that she's visit a friend.
she's visiting a
I think that's
friend.
the kind of thing. That's what I would tell him.
Dance asks or says, imagine 20-year-old Roy waking up tomorrow in your bed. You would freak the fuck out. Imagine 20-year-old Roy waking up tomorrow in your bed. Are you saying that I lost all the memories of the past 23 years and I've reverted back to a state of my 20-year-old self? Yeah, that's pretty terrifying because I was a piece of shit when I was 20.
Or he's like setting up a really, really bad boom chicka boom boom.
This
I
is
mean,
like,
all I'd have to say is get your dimension hopping ass out of my bed.
yeah, right? Well, maybe, I mean, if future Roy, Well, that's probably a good sign, right? Because if there's
Oh
suddenly a
yeah, I'm
clone
awesome.
of myself in my bed and I'm waking up, I'm like, so wait, so you went to the future, you like went through some sort of rejuvenation process like they have in Elysium, those little machines that you just lay down in and it totally rebuilds your body to your perfect ideal state. And then he time travels back. I mean, that's good news, right? And be like, wow, humans are gonna do that? That's shit. Uh,
And he
Roy
touches your
and Roy
face.
too.
Then he puts his hand on the back of his hand on your cheek and says,
by the way,
"It's okay, Roy."
you're gonna be real gay in the future, so let me
Oh,
let me warm you up. Let me prepare you for that eventuality right now.
Oh
Uh,
God,
yes,
this is a
yes.
weird thought. I was not imagining that. I was not ready to imagine
nor was I.
gay sex with myself today. This is just what happened. This is the joy of thinking, everybody. This is what
I will
happens.
give a really good idea to the people who are watching. You should write a fan fiction about this. You're welcome.
Fan fiction, yeah.
Roy's like, I need more tea for this talk.
Roy's
I
like,
need a different
"Damn
kind.
you, clown."
I need a stronger tea for this talk.
Why don't you add a little bit of vodka to your tea? It'll taste better.
I
Well, the
would.
nice thing about that, Roy, the nice thing about that is future self will know how to please younger self. Just saying.
He's got a point. You?
He does.
You got a point, you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Just saying. Hey. He'll know
It's
everything.
not gay if you're wearing socks. It's fine.
I mean,
It's not gay if it's yourself.
yeah, I mean,
Not gay if
masturbating.
you like-
Masturbating, you don't consider that gay, right? So it's like, why
I
should
mean,
I
it's
consider?
not
Oh.
gay because you've always touched your own penis, so it's okay.
Yeah,
And it'd still be your own penis.
that's true. That's true. It's all self-touching, so it's fine.
Oh,
Dan,
you were brilliant. Damn.
Dan says eternal
Would it
youth.
then be called dual masturbation?
Ooh, how about? Oh, I like where you're going. Let's think about this. Dual
Wait. Say that
masturbation.
again.
Dual. How about I'm thinking of like yin yang or two like pieces that
Yeah.
fit together, something like that, where there's like, I don't know. Help me out here. Help me out here, chat. What do you call it when you've
I
got a
know where you're
clone of
trying to go
yourself
for.
and
Yeah.
you're self-servicing, but there's actually two of you? The first person that comes up with a great word for that earns what do you earn? A virtual
Most of my
Reese's
thoughts.
peanut butter cup.
I won't say that. I won't say any of my thoughts with this. You're better off not knowing my thoughts on this.
Oh,
It
that's
could be
not
like-
true.
I mean,
That's not
you
true.
could
Let's hear it.
just call it a double fucking rainbow.
It could be a Reese's peanut
Ooh,
butter.
I love it. Double rainbow. I'm gonna go with that. That's the winner. Double rainbow.
Hell yeah.
All the
Let's
way.
go.
Oh my god. All the way. Dan says eternal youth would be the end of polite society. I can now bet the shit out of my elders. Hell yeah. Self-cast on the channel before gaming? I need rum. Self-cast. Is that your proposal for, playing with your twin self? Don't tell him about the Omegaverse? Oh, tell me about the Omegaverse now. You can't say that and not tell me.
Oh, Jesus. No. You don't need to know. You don't need to know. I know too much about this. You don't need to know.
I want to know.
No, and you don't want to know.
Oh my god, Jesus. Oh no.
Self-incest
Just
is
because
known as self-cest. I thought it said self-cast. Oh, self-cest.
Would it be incest?
How would
Because
it be
yourself,
incest? Do you have to?
You are part of your own family.
Are you a hermaphrodite in that case? I feel like that would only apply to hermaphrodites. Maddie Holmes.
I mean,
What's up,
you
Maddie?
could call it narcissistic, but
It's a bit
I
narcissistic.
think this is the most unhinged I've ever made you, by the way.
Maddie, I don't know.
Based off of the Greek story.
We started off, Maddie, with an icebreaker, and we told stories about irrational fears that we had as children. And I started with one of spiders after watching the movie Arachnophobia and pretending that there must be thousands of spiders on my floor. So I refused to go up and pee in the middle of the night. That was the jumping off board, and somehow we got into some kind of fictional universe where cloning and time travel is possible, and what would happen if a beautiful young version of yourself ended up in your bed and told you that they were here to give you the ultimate pleasure. Would you think that was weird? Or would you be like, well, it's just myself, so this is really just no different than masturbation? So as you see, we are having very joyful thoughts in the stream today.
I mean, it was important enough for them to go back in time to find you on this matter.
It was like, I have found my people.
Oh man.
Welcome in. Welcome home. Welcome home. We'll get you your closure soon.
So so I don't know. It can't be that bad.
They even followed.
So let's see. Someone was gonna tell me about the Omegaverse. We could go there.
That would be Dot. I'm not doing it.
Maddie seems to know. I am totally ignorant of this thing. So I've said that I made a bold statement that there are 3 things wrong with humanity, only 3 problems that we need to focus on: ignorance, addiction, and cancer. And I am ignorant of the Omegaverse, and the only cure for that ignorance is to learn about it, even if it's might cause me uncomfortable thoughts. So someone please describe to me in a single sentence what the Omegaverse is and why it's such a scary topic that we dare not speak it.
TOS. That's all I need to say.
The terms of service? Oh, okay. How much do you like biological science fiction? I never heard of biological science fiction before. Is that why biological science fiction? That must be like alternate stories of just organisms, like evolutionary stories that don't necessarily include humans. Because I mean,
Scientology.
What is biological science fiction? I've never heard of it.
Scientology would be considered biological.
Take something that is biological, and add an alternate perspective on that or view. That would be a good way to put it.
So like slime molds or hermit crabs that maybe have complex languages and build societies or something like that? Like Alien?
That would count.
Does that count? Pope! What's up, Pope? 2023-2. I like decaf tea because I don't want my brain to always have to be repairing its adenosine receptors. Yeah, Pope. So that, yeah, there's these things called adenosine receptors, and adenosine is like this.
Okay, Maddie, that's a very TOS safe way to explain that.
Okay. Oh, ABO is a biological science fiction construct of human-esque reproductive systems that often delve into social issues as a kind of mirroring aspect. I have a physical anthropology background, so I find the issue in roughly the same way. Engineers nerd out over Star Trek. Warp. Warp.
By the way,
Nacelles?
the ABO situation can also refer to basically, depending on the author, other females can get other females pregnant, or other men can get other men pregnant. How?
Okay.
Don't ask. I don't want to tell you.
So we're exploring all kinds of situations. I mean, these things. I mean, there's pretty strange stuff that happens in known biology in terms of sexuality, right? It's like it's a pretty big sort of population or gradient of different ways that organisms reproduce. So it's really not that weird. It's just weird if you measure it to, what we accept as human sexuality. So it's kind of cool that people explore those ideas. So adenosine receptors. So if just a real quick fun fact, and I might be forgetting how this exactly works, but when you why do we get tired? Well, there's these things called adenosine receptors, and adenosine builds up over time. And so you can think about it as a cumulative aspect. So throughout the day, there's these adenosine is locking into these receptors, and over time it builds up, and it sort of makes you more and more tired. So what caffeine does is it blocks those adenosine receptors, so you're not getting that signal of tiredness, and that's why it is able to make you more alert and stuff. So I kind of forgot about that. Tell me if I got that right, Pope, because I'm not sure if that's exactly how it worked. Something like that.
I think you're leaning in the right direction. Yeah.
Omegaverse, also known as ABO or Alpha Beta Omega, an abbreviation for Alpha Beta Omega, is a subgenre of speculative erotic fiction. I got it. Okay. So it leans more to the sexuality aspects. Thanks, Google. Maddie Holmes says it's also just weird.
Does. It is a very weird one. I will agree with you on that. I've been traumatized by it personally, which is why I also decided to write a more fucked up version of it. Anyway.
Ah, okay. Doing a little soul searching there, exploration, eyeballs. I like it. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I just wanna traumatize people. That's all.
Okay, well, fair enough. Different
to be fair, though, I also
strokes for different folks.
I have a lot of beef with that specific genre, though, because they've taken like human rights to a whole non-existent level. Okay, and that's what kind of pissed me off about it. Like, yeah, like I understand that you're trying to be like, oh, what if the world really, really didn't have any rights? And I'm like, yeah, but the way that they made a lot of characters suffer because of it is just wild.
So Maddie says, if you can't beat it, beat it. And she also says, yeah, but it's also a safe space to deal with those human rights without being beholden to reality. Which is true, right? That's the beauty of science fiction. It's like we can tell these stories and we can think about these things and try to process it. And it's one step detached from reality. So it's kind of a safe alternate dimension, right? Where we can just think about it in terms of, we're just playing here, right? Like thoughts don't have to be synonymous with actions. So it's okay, I think, in that sense.
Yeah. I'm actually, for mine personally, I'm writing it in a way where there is actual human rights and actually has human decency, to be honest with you. Because I don't know, it just feels weird. Because they do a lot of really fucked up things with it to the point where it's just like, that should not be happening. Even in theory, a lot of the stuff that happens in those types of stories should not happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you're finding a story, if you're reading a story and it's just so outside of the realm of possibility for you, and it's so antithetical to your
to begin with, because like it's really fucked up, and trying to make that normalized is really weird. But
fair enough.
In some degrees, like I can understand that like people just want to write whatever they're gonna write, but some of it's really toxic shit. It's so toxic.
And that's coming from Dot, who's read more toxic shit than anybody I've ever met.
Oh yeah, no, I've read so many things, but like that genre by far has like the most toxic storylines that I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And I've been reading majority of my life. So it's terrifying in there. Which is why it traumatized me enough to want to rehash it and then also add more elements into it. So I'm now not just making it a little bit better, but also more traumatizing. Woo. Good luck. for future.
Yeah, well, I hats off to you for embarking on this grand adventure, and I wish you nothing but success.
Oh, it's not grand. It's terrifying. I feel bad for people who come across it.
Imagine me. I read it all the time. Fucking.
Yeah, and you don't even have like the full gist of it yet. So
I
I guess
know.
good luck.
All right, let's pivot here because I'm thinking that okay, Pope. Let me ask you about this. So, Pope, you said you like drinking uncaffeinated tea. Do you find that, have you explored the effects of caffeine? Have you found a better alternative to caffeine? Because, as far as I know, with all of the studies that I've read, caffeine seems to be fairly innocuous in terms of there's not really any major side effects, at least not in the scientific literature so far. And I'm a coffee drinker. I drink a cup of coffee in the morning. I've heard some people try to make arguments against caffeine, like for example, what's his name? The neuroscience dude, Andrew Huberman. He said that he delays his first cup of caffeine because he likes to make sure that his body is waking up more naturally, and so he opts for just getting out in the sunlight in the morning and kind of getting some exercise before he starts to dip into a cup of coffee. But I don't know. Maybe you're. It seems like you're interested on the subject. So if you've got any tips or things you've discovered, let me know. I do try to when it's sunny out. I live in Seattle, so there's not a. It's less than 50-50 chance that there's going to be sun in the sky when I get up in the morning. But when it's out, I try to go out in the morning and get some sun on my eyes. That's supposed to keep our circadian rhythms kind of in sync.
Well, I wake up every morning and I go for a walk every morning.
So you're doing.
It doesn't matter.
So you're doing both of those things. Two birds, one stone.
Yeah, and I usually go get my pop whenever I do it. So, and it's Mountain Dew Zero. I do that every morning, and then I walk through here 4 times a day.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, it's a good way to start the day. It gets the blood flowing, gets you thinking. It feels good.
Yeah.
I don't do coffee, so.
Does anyone notice that when you get up in the morning, sometimes your mind is just blank and you just like have no interesting ideas in your head, but then you like do a little exercise or you go on a walk or maybe you do some juggling or maybe play some basketball or maybe you do some freestyle rapping or maybe you do some writing and then all of a sudden things just start bubbling up to the surface, right? It's almost like a liquid where you add a little heat and then the bubbles start to trickle up into consciousness. The walking meditations, all great thinkers engage in some form of sort of walking meditation to get their thoughts going.
Really?
Yeah, pretty across the board, most of them. Einstein was obviously probably the most famous one, but I think there's so many. Yeah. I think about it like those little cars that have the little engine where you pull it back and it clicks,
Yeah.
click, 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 and then because you wind it up and then it takes off. That's kind of how I think about it with your mind and body. It's that kind of relationship because there's like a bi-causality going on where when you start moving your body, you're sending inputs up into your brain, right? So your brain is becoming more active, and even if it's just sparking activity in sort of the motor centers in your brain, because your brain is so well connected, it has this sort of diffuse. The activity starts branching in all directions, and it works its way into all parts of your brain, the association parts, and where your concepts are started.
Here's an example of that. Eyeballs there. Here, when she gets writer's block, she immediately goes for peanut butter sandwiches. And I think it's the taste that breaks the loop.
Okay. You don't have to call me out for my peanut
It's
butter sandwich addiction.
no. I have a
Okay,
theory. I have a theory about why this ought to work, and it's genius, eyeballs. This is genius. It's because peanut butter sandwiches. It takes a lot of chewing, right? The peanut butter is so viscous that you really gotta work at it and just chew and chew and chew, and all of that chewing activity.
Mine's like a smooth peanut butter. It just sits all yummy and tasty, and then I have like the crunch of the toast, and it's just so warm and fluffy, and then it fills my void.
Oh wow!
Anyway, we're not so funny.
Sing me the praises of the peanut butter sandwich. I feel like I'm cloud nine right now. Peanut butter sandwich is raining down. I love it. I want one right now. And of course, is it just peanut butter or is it a PB&J? Is it a PB&J or just a PB?
Normally just peanut butter.
Oh, okay. All right.
There's very few jams that I actually
don't like that?
liking. It's because of the textural. It's a textural thing for me.
Oh, okay.
If the texture of the jam is too weird, I can't eat it because it'll make me feel sick. It's a texture thing. My brain is weird. It works oddly.
Well, I mean, it's the same effect as coffee, right? It's giving her that stimulus.
You're getting a lot. You're getting sugar, and so your brain has to run on. Well, usually, I think it can. It's preferred.
Why are we back on pickles?
Its preferred source of energy is glucose, the brain. So if you're getting a direct injection of glucose in your brain, which you're definitely getting with the bread and the peanut butter, then because usually most peanut butters contain a lot of sugar as well. So that's going to be a quick pick-me-up, right? Pope says alcohol is common, which straight up kills your brain cells. I'll keep all my brain cells, thank you. Pope, so this is actually let me modify. Let's modify your statement, and let's make it slightly more accurate. Alcohol doesn't actually kill your brain cells. What it does is it depresses them, right? It stops them from firing. It doesn't actually kill brain cells. Now, if you have a addiction to alcohol all your life, if you apply the sort of use it or lose it principle, right? If your brain cells are not getting activity, if they're being so frequently inhibited that they're not being used, then those sort of networks fall into disrepair a little bit. And so once that happens, it can lead to, on really extreme cases, it can lead to things like Korsakoff syndrome, which is your brain's networks stop being as connected, right? So you have this network that's fallen into decay. But the alcohol doesn't directly kill brain cells. So even if you go out on a bender and you wake up and you don't remember shit, it's not because you killed your brain cells. It's because the alcohol actually disrupted a part of your sleep that's essential for encoding memories. And so you just never transfer the information from your waking state into long-term memory because the alcohol fucks up your sleep cycle.
So what about somebody like me who doesn't sleep very much? And I mean, I don't sleep that much at all.
Yeah, you're a special case. I don't know, man. Science doesn't.
Yeah, you're a special boyo. Yeah.
Pope says more alcohol, less brain. Association begins with an average of just one drink a day. Date? Source, University of Pennsylvania. Summary, even light to moderate drinking is associated with harm to the brain. Well, sure. So I'm not saying there's no harm, but it just doesn't directly kill brain cells by itself, right? So we just got to be more precise when we're speaking. According to a new study, researchers analyzed data from more than 36,000 adults and found a link between drinking and reduced brain volume that begins at an average consumption level of less than 1 alcohol unit a day, the equivalent of about a half a beer, and rises with age. So you got to make sure that you have to look at meta studies for things like this, because any one scientific study, there's going to be problems with the way that the experiments are run with the data. So you're really better off looking at meta studies where there's hundreds or thousands of studies and you try to correlate the data between all of them. So never take a single study as the truth of the matter,
That's facts,
right?
yeah. There's always going to be multiple different studies, like how some people are like, oh, coffee can be really good for you, but then there's two, coffee's bad for you, stop drinking caffeine, or, you know, there's so many different things, like, oh, vegetables are good for you, no, they're bad for you. Like, there's so many different people just claiming things. If you start believing every little thing, you're just going to be very confused.
Yeah, we go back and forth between, you know, people talk about the wonders of antioxidants and wine, and then you find that depending on how you do the study, one glass of red wine is really beneficial and helps with aging, but if you don't control for, you know, other things that are correlated, right? Lifestyle behaviors, and it's hard. How can you control for all the variables? There's just too many. Human beings are just way too complex. So, yeah, it's tough. So Pope, one more thing. You said that damage. This is the damage. So actually, damage is not exactly the same thing as brain volume, right? So associated with. So it said that there's reduced brain volume. That type of thing could be explained by the reduction in white matter, right? So the synapses between the brain, rather than damage to actual gray matter. Gray matter is actual cells, the neurons. The white matter are the tracks, so the roads in between the nodes in the network. And brain volume can be reduced in, you know, two ways. You can reduce the number of connections between the brain, and then it starts to kind of shrink a little bit, or you can, you know, you can go in and you can have a I don't know, concussion or something, damage a part of your brain and damage the gray matter too. So volume could be, you know, it depends. That's why you have to really be careful about these studies, because you can't, not all damage is not necessarily the same as reduced brain volume. Now they're saying one glass of red wine is actually bad for your heart and brain. Yeah, you go back and forth and back and forth. What I try to do is, like, none of this, to me, none of this actually matters. If you just keep one simple rule of thumb in mind, everything in moderation, you'll be fine, right? Your body's very resilient. If you keep everything in moderation, and it doesn't become a habit that defines you every day, like one glass of red wine 2 or 3 times a week is not going to, it's not going to radically alter your lifespan. If you find that's a good way to cope and relax after a long day of work, you know, then I think that's fine. I used to do that a little bit. I've stopped using alcohol to sort of self-medicate because I don't actually have a steady job now. I'm like full-time just creative thinker at this point, kind of soul searching and trying to figure out how I can do something small to help the world. But I used to drink a glass of wine pretty frequently after a long day of work. And that, I think that was a way of, you know, it was a way of coping, it was a way of relaxing. If it takes off stress a little bit, if it lets my mind stop thinking about like letting work stay at work, right? Then I don't think that's bad. And alcohol, you know, it does actually have a pretty good social function, right? A social lubricant. So if you just have one glass of alcohol and you go out to a party, you're much less self-conscious, right? And when you're not as self-conscious and you're not as scared about making mistakes, then you open up dialogues between people, which can get conversations going, and then you can start to network with people. So you have to kind of balance out all the positives and negatives of these different substances and say, okay, well, where can it be used in a good way, in a healthy way? And where is it maybe, you know, a problem with addiction? I think you are actually spreading unhealthy information. Be specific. Alcohol may have its function very similar due to its ability to work like serotonin in your brain. So are you an authority about alcohol? Because it sounds like it sounds like you're just kind of, you've already made up your mind about alcohol's. I think you're demonizing alcohol a little bit more than you think, right? You're saying this is
Well,
really
I'll
this is a
just
really
say,
bad thing.
here's
Yeah,
what I'll say
chime
about
in here,
alcohol.
clown. Chime in here,
Alcohol,
clowns.
so alcohol's been part of human history since the dawn of time, since we started farming.
Yeah.
It's what's driven our society to where it's at. So it may have some harmful aspects to it, but it's actually allowed our civilization to get to the point that it actually is. It's spawned industry. It's helped us cultivate farming in a way that we never could have without it. So,
I'd
although it has negative effects, I would say overall it's had a positive effect on the humans, our society. Period.
I'd also like to add that in the Middle Ages and in places where clean drinking water was not abundant, the only way to get a consistent good source of water was to have basically an alcoholic beverage. And that was normal even for the children.
Well, I mean, we used to actually use alcohol to feed people.
Yeah.
Like
Beer.
I don't drink. Okay, I don't do drugs. I don't drink. The worst thing I do is smoke cigarettes. I don't consume coffee or anything like that. And even I look at people who sit there and say alcohol's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think overconsumption of anything is bad for you. You can die from drinking too much water. You can die from being in too rich of a oxygen environment. And oxygen's good for you, but too much can kill you. Like that's anything. It's
Fair.
all about overconsumption.
So
We're humans. We like things that make us feel good. Alcohol makes some people feel good. It doesn't make me feel good, so I don't consume it. I do like cigarettes. It makes me feel good, so I do consume them. But to sit there and act like it's only negative, alcohol is actually one of the few objects where I think it can do a lot of harm, but it's done way more good for our culture than any other thing in our culture, period. Without it not exist.
It also really depends on the quality and the source of that alcohol, including the fermentation process. So a lot goes into it.
Yeah. And it's a lot safer than it used to be too.
so I took a neurobiology. I took a neurobiology.
I would say hold on.
So-
I'm gonna respond to this. Okay. Name one thing that has done more good and has speared human civilization into the technology realm that we're in right now. Name one other thing than alcohol. Because there's nothing else.
Fire.
Alcohol is literally
The wheel.
force behind everything we do.
So-
Everything we do. It
Yeah.
pushed us from everything from agriculture. It's helped us with purifying water. Like alcohol is literally it. You may not like it, and you may not like that answer, but it's the truth.
So
And that's coming from somebody who does not like alcohol.
yeah,
I
like
don't consume it, but I like kombucha. That has a percentage of alcohol, but it is healthy and it
fermentation.
is very beneficial for a lot of people in moderation because it is a moderated alcoholic beverage.
So let's just not. So what
Hold
we're
on.
trying to.
Hold
so-
on. Mass stupidity is not an alcohol thing. Intelligence is usually defined by genetics and your education. Yes, there's a lot of stupid people in the world. It doesn't have anything to do with drugs and alcohol. I hate to tell you that.
Fair.
So drugs are.
Yeah.
Abuse of drugs is
Go
bad.
ahead.
Abuse of drugs is bad, but you're really focusing on the most extreme negative consequences of the thing. I took a neurobiology class, and the professor tried to beat this into all of our heads. He said, look, we like to classify and categorize substances as either bad or good, right? We just do that as humans. We try to take a complex array of substances when in a complex array of environments, and we like to label it, and it's a way for us to manage complexity. But he says the only difference between a cure or a poison is the dose, right? There is a dose dependent response of the body on any substance that you put inside of you. And at moderate doses or at the right dose, something can be very, very helpful, right? So here's another example. Back in the day, this comes from Oliver Sacks. There was this thing called the sleeping sickness. And it's kind of like Parkinson's disease. So you get these tremors and you get this kind of inability to have fluid movements, and it comes from this lack of enough dopamine in your system. Dopamine controls sort of movements for your body and allows you to have the fluid movement in addition to being the molecule of desire and craving. So Parkinson's have a problem with dopamine production. Now, early on, before they had like direct brain stimulation of those centers where they could help that movement become more fluid, they tried to use a precursor of dopamine called L-Dopa, and they gave it to these patients. And this molecule, it was somewhat effective for some of the patients because it did restore some dopamine to different parts, and it returned a fluid speech and fluid motion to them. But because it's so sort of far-reaching and it's not you can't really target where the molecule goes, it just goes kind of everywhere in your brain, so it's very diffuse in its effects. It has lots of adverse effects as well. And depending on the dosage, right, it could send these patients into these just crazy manic states, right, where they would just be, yelling or having these crazy hallucinations and stuff. So, and clowns mentioned this with water too, right? Like there's a story about these college kids that thought, it's so stupid that we haze people with alcohol. Let's do something that's safer, right? So let's just haze with water instead. And so they hazed one of their new recruits with water, and it diluted the ion gradients in the heart so much that the kid's heart stopped beating and actually killed that person. So if they had hazed them with alcohol instead, right, the brain would have shut down, they would have lost consciousness much sooner than their ability to do even more damage. So you have to, in order to be a very, very good thinker, you have to think very precisely, and you can't think in black and white categories like good or bad, like poison cure, or like drug. So just have a more nuanced attitude towards these things. And part of the reason, and another thing is confirmation bias is a real bitch, right? So right now in your head, you've got this theory that alcohol is just the worst thing in the world, right? It's no amount of it could possibly be good. It couldn't possibly be good for any reason. So you're going and you're reading all of these studies that confirm that hypothesis, right? So when you do that,
no, he's getting them from AI, by the way, or Google. They're not even reading it; they're just plugging it in. Let's get that right.
Listen, man. I went to Berkeley and studied neuroscience for 4 years, and I've been a lifelong student of this stuff. And I'm telling you that just open up a little bit more and don't have such strong opinions. Everything is nuanced. Okay, so you're right on some things.
All I'm saying,
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is I'm not going to die by drinking kombucha. Nobody is going to convince me of that. No one's going to tell me that my brain is going to rot because I had a salty natural beverage. It's not happening.
Fair enough.
Not going to happen for me. Overconsumption can cause damage, no matter what it is. And looking at the studies, you can look at all the studies you want. And I'm just going to say, look at human history. Sorry, alcohol's done more good than bad, period.
Brightman says the sun can also give you skin cancer. Better not go outside. Good one. Grass can kill you too. Fuck, I'm screwed,
Fucking
right?
screwed.
Yeah, everything is trying to kill us when you think about it this way, right? It's the second
Well,
law.
everything is.
Everything's trying to kill us. That's what I said. Just moderation, right? Too much sun, skin cancer. Too much alcohol, you end up with a very, very reduced cortical volume, right? You have trouble with memories, and you spend all your money on the wrong kind of thing, right? And there's a huge opportunity cost. So again, everything in moderation. That's all you need. The one heuristic that you need here. Everything in moderation.
No, the argument I'm making is you're taking any dose of alcohol as if it's a negative, and I'm telling you, you're full of shit. That's what I'm telling you. You're taking a definitive stance that alcohol is nothing but bad, and I'm telling you, you're full of shit. Period. Human history completely disagrees with you.
I would argue that there are worse things in American food than alcohol. I'm just saying.
I think I think sugar has probably done, like, just refined sugar has probably done
Way more harm.
way more harm.
Way more harm.
Way more harm.
Just look at the incidence of diabetes type 2, heart disease, and obesity. It's just, I mean, all of that follows from
Well, look,
our food
Also,
history.
try separating the
we can
okay,
go one
the
better.
people
We can just
who
look at. We can go one better. We can just look at when we did prohibition here in the U.S. How much harm was done by going and making alcohol outlawed? It did a lot of harm to our country. People were dying en masse, but alcohol's bad. Let's regulate it so nobody can touch it. People are still going to touch it. We're grown adults. We make our own decisions. And how about let's make it safe and not worry about, like, allow people to regulate their own consumption of it. Because
Yeah,
I
that's,
don't know.
yeah. I like that. So if you look at history, prohibition did not bring about positive results for society. It actually made things worse. And
it made it way worse.
That's usually what happens when you try to control something too much, and you tell people that you make something outlawed. Usually it just goes to the black market, right? It makes it more desirable, and then you actually lose control, right? What you need is enlightened individuals making their own choices that are best for themselves.
Yep. Like, I don't drink.
What's up, Thunder Dude?
I have drunk.
Does sugar make you stupid? Sugar by itself doesn't make you stupid, but if you get addicted to sugar, right? And you don't take and you make and you get addicted behavior. you get addicted to sugar and you make bad decisions. You might make stupid decisions if you're addicted to sugar, I guess.
Yep.
I'm addicted to peanut butter.
You freaking savage. How dare you touch peanut butter?
Don't touch my peanut butter. Don't touch my peanut butter. My peanut butter. Don't touch this peanut butter.
Nice. What's up, Joe's 216? How's it going? Thunder Dude, what's up, my man? How you been? Clowns Bunny, you said the brain prefers fat over sugar biologically? Man, that's weird. I might
she's in combo.
My knowledge might be outdated, but I was pretty sure that glucose was the primary thing that the brain needs. I think that it can use fats in situation, but that's kind of like an alternative usually. I don't know. I could be wrong on this, but I was relatively.
I would say look into it, see what you can find, and either which way you come out from that tunnel, you'll be pleasantly surprised by what you find.
Gotcha.
And she's right, by the way. She's right.
So tell me more about it, since you seem to have done a lot of research on it.
I did a lot of research a while ago, especially after I had a collapsed lung and I had emergency surgery. The doctors didn't know why it happened or any way to prevent it from happening again. So I started researching things and seeing what I can do for myself just to make my body function better and hopefully recover. And one of the things that I found and was strongly argued is that fat was actually the natural source for the brain. And it wasn't directly related to like lung health or anything, but I figured, hey, the brain controls everything, right? If I can help my brain, I'll help everything else. So I even tried it, and even today, I still prefer consuming a healthy amount of healthy fats, and I even function better as a person with that. It's not just for individuals who are neurodivergent in certain ways.
And she has a fantastic body too. Just saying.
So, maybe it is okay. I think this is where the nuance comes in. So, if you think about neuroanatomy, fats are only really found in en masse in the lipid bilayers, which wrap around the axons, which allow for faster transmission of electrical signals from neuron to neuron. So the brain uses a lot of fat to maintain these they're called myelin sheaths that wrap around the axons. But in terms of getting energy, I think most of that is predominantly from glucose, and that fats are kind of a
Well, fats are needed
So
to.
this is
Hold on, hold on,
where I
hold on.
challenge. Okay, go ahead.
So fats are needed to break down protein, and protein is the main diet of humans. Um, as we've gotten more advanced in society, we've moved towards other things like carbs and shit like that. And glucose is part of the carb family. Humans need protein to be healthy. Period. You also need fats to help break down those proteins. Um, and it's needed. The amount of energy that you get per ounce of protein versus any other food source is just better for your body. Your body works less to digest it. It's more efficient in dispersing it through your body, and yes, it is great for your brain. Um, and it's not just the fats; it should be a mix of proteins and fats.
Agreed. Strongly agreed. There was actually a
And
like
there's tons and tons of studies on
yes.
this over my lifetime, and every study always comes back to the food pyramid's wrong. We should be eating more protein than we should be eating anything else because we are mostly carnivores. We only dive into the other food types when we're in a famine kind of state, and it allows us to survive until we can get more protein. It's why if you go vegan, you start starving. You literally starve your body. No matter how much you eat, you're starving yourself.
Yep. There was actually a pretty definitive time where, at least for a year or two, I severely limited my sugar intake. So it was high protein and moderate fat. And after that experience, I keep sugar to a minimum.
Mad, you're absolutely correct. We do. But our main source should be protein. It's what our bodies actually process the best. But yes, we will eat anything.
There are different types of fats. It really depends on the source. One of my favorite fats comes from coconuts. It's called MCT oil. It does not require any digestion whatsoever. It is immediately accessible to the body. So it really depends on what you're doing and what you're putting into your body.
all right. So let's just remind ourselves of what we said earlier, right? That the science of diets, our understanding of a balanced diet that seems to blow like the wind. It goes back and forth. We get some study and we're reasonably sure that something is healthy, and then we get alternate views. So you're all making very, very strong claims about sacred knowledge about the ideal sort of dietary, um, the ideal diet, right? That you strongly believe. But let's not have super strong opinions about this matter, because in the past we have always been wrong,
Fair.
and the brain is the most
Yeah.
complex thing that in the known universe that we can point to. So you're all
And we
making
still don't understand it.
and we still don't understand it. I just want to show you that the main source of energy for the brain is glucose, right? The primary source of energy for the human brain is glucose. To fuel its constant activity, cannot store this energy, requiring continuous supply to the bloodstream. Under prolonged starvation, the brain can also use ketone bodies. Some people have said this is a healthy way of this might be have benefits, right? So the fasting, the people that do intermittent fasting, putting yourself into starvation
But
mode
not for life.
and forcing your body to use those ketone bodies, that might have some benefits. But yeah, for the primary source of the brain's energy source is metabolizing glucose. So you can't just survive off total fat. I don't think your brain would make it.
No,
no.
you can't. No. The
Never
fat
said
you
that.
have, like Clown says, protein is primary. After that, you need to have fats. Sugar, I mean, it's a gamble. If people want to take it, they can take it. And I'm not really interested in anyone changing anything about what they do, but I know what worked for me and what worked for other individuals as well. There's science behind it all, but of course that takes time and effort to really get into it, and credible sources as well.
Well, but again, glucose is sugar, not protein, right? The brain cannot directly burn fatty acids, Thunderdude says, because they don't cross the blood-brain barrier efficiently. Instead, the brain relies primarily on glucose for energy. In prolonged fasting, the liver converts fats into ketones. These can cross the brain. Maddie Holmes says, but most hunter-gatherer societies gather about 80% and 20% hunting. There would have been some fats and proteins from some plant matter, but primarily not. My undergrad is archaeology, and I had a pretty solid background in paleoanthropology. I've studied the history of food production in many classes and research areas. So she's saying that even though hunting was a staple in early societies, that it might have been a little bit rarer and not as much of a staple as what it made it sound like you were saying.
Understandable.
Clowns.
Yeah.
All right, where shall we go to next? You see how foods and like this is the problem with humans, that all of us we take a class on something and then we're like, or we read a couple studies and we're like, I'm so sure that alcohol is the thing that's the worst possible thing that's happened to the human species, or it's veganism that's the worst possible thing that's happened to the human species. We only like to think about single variables at a time. We just like to think about single variables.
Peanut butter monsters are a problem.
Dunning-Kruger effect.
What I was saying.
We're all.
This is it goes to what we were saying earlier.
This affects
it's about
us all.
Moderation. You don't want to overconsume anything. That's where it comes back to, right?
Yeah, moderation.
Overconsumption
I agree.
is not good.
Overconsumption is bad. All right, where should we go to next?
Consume a lot of peanut butter. Is that bad?
I don't know. What kind of peanut butter is it? What kind of peanut butter is it?
I don't know. I just know it has a bear on it.
It's got a bear on it. It's probably not good, because bears don't eat peanut butter. They eat honey, obviously. and salmon.
Yeah, but it's just their brand.
What would bears
like,
know? What would
logos
bears
and
know
shit.
about peanut butter? Bears have nothing to do with peanut butter. That's market failure right there.
But the bear is cute.
Pope
Peanut butter's good.
Bright says Pope may not be alive if it weren't for the consumption of alcohol by his parents or grandparents. Very true.
I love you, Mike. That's what I'm doing.
So the social lubricant, you need the social lubricant before you get the vaginal lubricant. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes, or it makes it more likely. Yeah, that's. I mean, but Thunderdude was saying, Thunderdude, you don't like alcohol as well. It seemed like you were saying. I wonder if there's like this. So among kids these days, you know, the problem with well, not these days, but just kids in general is like Dunning-Kruger effect, right? It's like you learn something about one little thing, and then you think you're an expert, and then you do these categorization errors where you. This is also called essentialism, right? Where you imbue a certain thing with a property. So essentialism in this case is Pope saying, well, you've got this thing called alcohol. It's a drug. It has this toxic property to it, which is just always bad to human biology, bad to human cells. There is something about that substance. It has an essence, essentialism. And because it has this essence, it has a bad essence, it can't be anything but bad, right? Everything follows from this essential feature. And that's a common, actually one of the most common cognitive biases out there that humans really have to grapple with, figure out how do we stop thinking in terms of essences? How do we start thinking in terms of like context and dosage and all these other things? It's tough. We all fall
fair.
victim to this in one form or another. Look at the alcohol consumption map. Is there an alcohol consumption map? I mean, what would this tell us? Let's think about it. Okay, alcohol consumption map. All right. Map which, so, all right. Let me see. So do you want to do the US or the world? I guess we could do both. Drunkest to driest. Galton, Montana. Apparently, if you like drinking, go move to Galton. All right, so here's a map. Let me show it on screen. Okay, so actually I don't know what the color, it doesn't say, where's the key? Where's the color coding? You would guess that red would be higher, right?
Okay, so what's this telling us?
I'm not sure.
People drink?
Yeah, the amount of people that drink. So we can see that people like drinking. It happens everywhere. There's not too much in where you are, Clown. Wait, where's Iowa? My maps are terrible. Where's Iowa? Is it over here?
Yeah, it's right next to Illinois, right there. And
Right
there's
there?
a lot of drinking going on here. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some drinking.
Yeah.
Less than, I guess. Look at Montana. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at Wisconsin.
Look at
What the hell? What's going on in Wisconsin?
Yep.
Dang.
Yep. Green Bay Packers, man.
Is it the cheese?
Those meat
It's because all the cheese? You got to have wine with your cheese? Is that it?
No,
Okay.
it's all the fucking they kill animals all day, so they just get drunk all day. I used to uh, swing between Wisconsin and Illinois, and yeah, I think it's most of the animals dying or whatever. They're just like, fuck it, let's get drunk. Let's be out of here, go.
All right. Alcohol consumption per capita world map. Okay. Holy crap. So in Europe, they like them some alcohol in Europe. Look at Greenland.
For all you people out there, I'm eating some bacon right now, just so you guys know.
Look at Greenland. What's going on there?
Yeah.
I guess there's like 10 people in Greenland, but all 10 of them like love to drink.
Yep.
Okay.
13.
So alcohol
13.
consumption.
So
What
there's 13 people that drink, and they're all fucking drunks.
Bright says it's cold up there. You need booze. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Thunder Dude, what does this tell us? What do you think this tells you? Can you draw any conclusions about the nature of alcohol consumption based on this distribution?
The colder it is, the more you drink.
Colder it is, it seems like there might be a correlation, right? The further away from the equator that you get, there seems like there's a general correlation with that. But also there's some outliers, right? I'm not sure what country in Africa this is, but there's a lot of drinking going on right there. Australia. Foster's, Australian for beer. Maddie says environmental determinism.
Yep.
Thunder Dude says there are a lot of people who don't drink and they're fine. Yeah. I mean, you're just expressing what everyone in this stream has been saying. None of us drink a lot. I'm a social drinker in social settings, but it's not part of my daily routine and I don't need it in any way, shape, or form. And all the people here in this stream have said the same thing. We're not real drinkers, but we did want to, because we had a person in the stream that was saying that alcohol it's the devil and that there's no redeeming aspects to it and it's always poisonous and it's the worst thing in the world. And I was saying, look, it doesn't, he cited some pop psychology bits that said that alcohol kills brain cells, which is just not true. And he says that it's pure poison, pure and simple, and so it's immoral and people shouldn't do it, and it's done so much harm to the world. Now, I'm agreeing that in excess, it can do a lot of harm, and it can ruin lives, clearly, because drinking and driving, you go out there, people die from that. So people make bad decisions under the influence of alcohol, but that's not all it is. And in low doses, it is a social lubricant, and it could help you network, meet people, talk to people that you wouldn't otherwise talk to, open yourself up to new ideas, right? So there's a social aspect of it that can't be discarded out of hand. And there's also the historical aspect and the technology of it that allowed humans to actually move forward on our stages of evolution, right? So the fermentation of grain was a huge monumental step forward in the history of humanity. So this stream is all about having a nuanced view of things and not thinking in black and white. So that's all we're doing.
Yep.
Yeah, personally, I don't do anything with alcohol, but I also just have really bad experience with it, so.
Your
Little
only
Bunny.
addiction. Your only addiction, eyeballs, is literally peanut butter.
Yeah, peanut butter.
Oh man, should we do an intervention? I hear they don't work.
She needs one.
No, I haven't had peanut butter in like a few days.
You've been sick.
Yeah.
Aw, I'm sorry. Are you having withdrawals? Is that a thing? Do you get peanut butter withdrawals?
Yes,
No.
yes, she does. Yes,
No.
yes, absolutely does.
Are you get hangry when you don't have peanut butter in the system?
She gets mean when she doesn't have peanut butter.
No, it's when
Is
I'm
this
trying to
true? Can we
think of
confirm
ideas.
this?
It's only when I'm like really trying to write and I can't write, I get mean because it frustrates me. Because I'm getting frustrated, so I kind of end up being mean because I can't think properly. And if I can't think properly, yeah. So peanut butter kind of helps straighten my brain out.
All right. It's like your spinach. You know, peanut butter, a jar of peanut butter is to the can of spinach, or a jar of peanut butter to you is like a can of spinach is to Popeye. Thunder Dude says, Bright says, mind you, his name is. Bright says Mexicans are more responsible drinkers than we are. Take that. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Mind you, his name was Pope. Clearly, he had never gone to communion and had not received the blood of Christ. Okay. Thunder Dude says humans tend to follow social norms. If something is seen as ordinary and acceptable, people do it without questioning much. Yeah, that's true. If it's stigmatized or forbidden, they usually avoid it or do it quietly. Yep. It's less about the substance itself and more about the shared expectations of the group. Shared expectations are a huge part of decision making for most people. There are a few people that don't seem to be swayed as much by social norms, but even me, I consider myself, an independent thinker, but I'm still subject to peer pressure and swayed by, the norms of any particular group that I am part of at any given time. So there's always peer pressure happening. Little Bunna says, good morning, evening. I'm Alex, and I have a very deep concept and idea I'd like to peer review by myself by expressing it. I'm sorry if I'm too straightforward. Well, let's hear it. How would you like to express this? Are you just going to type it out? Or do you want to join our Discord call and you can try to talk through it? I'm actually going to, so think about that. You can type in, if you want to type it out, you can. If you want, you can join us in Discord. There's a Discord command where you can get a link. I'm going to take a quick break because this tea's coming right through me. You have to do the whole name. There you go. Thank you. I'm going to take a quick break. So you three.
Why don't you give me mod permissions in case.
Do you not have mod permissions? How do I do that? I don't have.
I mean,
in
your Discord.
I got to pee bad, so I'll do that when I get back. So it's only going to be a minute. It's only going to be a minute. All right. BRB.
One sec, I'll get it for you. There you go. That one should work. Knock stuff out. Hello, how are you? Welcome in.
Hello, I'm very good actually. And you?
Good, good.
Perfect.
So, what's your theory, or what did you want to run past? I'm curious.
Uh, would you like me to introduce myself first? Who would you like this to go?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Okay. Well, basically, my name is Alex, and I'm about to be 26 in November. And all my life, I was living with the struggle of being different, to say. And the past months, I've been researching more intensely about psychology per se, and I came up with Carl Jung, and what struck me is that I was engulfed by this archetype, and
Sorry, say that again. Shallow archetype.
shadow archetype.
Shadow. Okay,
Archetype.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the concept?
No, please
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead.
give our listeners
Well,
an overview.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not an expert or anything. It's my personal experiences.
Okay.
So it's not entirely accurate, but what I saw as well. So Carl Jung has this theory that every human is dominated by, not dominated, can be categorized by the type of his subconscious, and there are many, 7 or something like that. And I, for one, was engulfed, not just consumed, by the shadow one, and maybe some others as well.
Okay.
The moment I realized that, I saw a path the last month that has been so eye-opening, and I believe it's going to change the world. And it's funny, I might sound crazy, like I might be having a manic episode, but
no, that's
I
okay.
spoke with my therapist about it.
That's okay. We want to hear
calmly,
it. You're in the right place.
And sometime in human history, there are some minds out of nowhere that just have this idea, and I believe I am the one. And the problem in human history was we didn't have this accessibility to express it.
Okay.
Go on. This is the problem I found out tonight, actually, that we didn't have the accessibility to express the solutions to the problems, and we kind of got used to thinking of someone will find it, and we forgot that every second, and this is very important, this is the base concept of my idea. We are living every single second of our life, and we forget about it. It's called the subconscious. Okay, I understand it. It's going to take time for everyone to understand this concept, and I understand it. It's normal. All I'm doing is the example I came up 2 minutes ago with my friend was, I'm trying to light up a fire, but the logs are wet.
Yeah.
If I keep trying, okay, it's going to light up, but the fire is not going to be nice. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take the wet logs out in the sun. This is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to propose my idea to the people.
Sure.
If it's going to be by this stream I found now, I tried before with another streamer. He didn't like my idea. He muted me.
Okay.
I'm very thankful you me here. Thank you. And so, basically, this is the concept. If we start living, every single one of us, right now in this moment, the single second I'm taking right now in Discord, we can change the world around us. Like if you go to your friend next to you and the friend next to you, it's going to be all those stupid chain message links, that we make fun of. But what if you take this thought a step back? And yeah, it's going to work, you say, but society, your subconscious is the society, basically. The subconscious has made the society fit around the subconscious, so it can stay restless.
So I agree
Wait,
with you, and I know for a fact Joy agrees with you too.
yeah.
Joy
And
absolutely.
basically, what I want is to find the people that have my same idea, but I want to give them the next step, and we can all give the next step to everyone.
Okay, so let's walk a little bit back before you sort of unveil this. You had a personal experience of growth, right? So it was from studying psychology, the collective subconscious, these theories of archetypes that gave you an insight into your personal life, and that somehow changed
Not only that.
your trajectory, right? So these concepts change your trajectory. So what was your experience, and how did these thoughts alter the course of your mental states and day-to-day moments? And how do we make that accessible to other people?
Well, the concept that my friend helped me came up with, he gave me the solution in my eyes, is called, I call it quantum thinking.
Okay.
Basically humans, we are, let's say, robots that work with electric impulses, ones and zeros. Yes? You follow this concept?
I know the concept, but it's a
Yeah.
little bit
We're electric
reductive.
wiring. Yes, it is a bit. It's purposely reductive like that, because everything is kind of relative with everything, and that's what I want to help people realize, that it's very deep.
Well, I mean, I have a background in physics, so
Go ahead, continue.
our process.
Well, let's let him
So
fully sort of flesh out
because
this idea.
and because everything is relative to everything, is what perplexes our mind, and we try to find ways out of this perplexity and to ease ourselves.
Okay.
And basically, the ones and zeros, what I'm saying is, if you're living the moment, yes and no. And the weird thing you have is the emotions. All the emotions change your mind, and you don't know what to think anymore, what to say. You think what others will say, and you forget about what you want to say. And by removing this filter you have from yourself, you can finally free yourself and also help others free themselves. And I believe I am like, I will sound weird, and I believe every person that has reached this level of insight either goes crazy, yes, or she goes forward and helps the world around him. And the first thing I said to my therapist was, hey, am I going manic right now? Am I going crazy, or am I weird? And she told me, no. She laughed. She told me, you're my first patient that I can actually talk so openly like this and understand in a deeper level. And I told her, okay, can we do something about this? Like, how soon can we do something about it? She told me, okay, when are you coming to Greece? I told her some weeks later. But I, as Alex, even though I know that I'm gonna do this in Greece, I cannot wait, because this problem can be solved right now. It's relative that I can do it later. I can solve the problem right now. I just have to find the right people. And all I've been doing is brainstorming the right people. And if I come up to you, and then you come up with someone else, and blah blah, that's good. If not, I will keep trying. It's okay. I understand that. I'm not expecting to change the world right now, but if I can do it today, right now, or in tomorrow, or whenever is my day off, I will try. I will try every day. But yeah, I can keep on talking for hours. I don't want to keep on talking like that. I also would like some feedback.
Yeah, so let me just
Very...
yeah, go ahead, Clowns, and then I'll just see if I can paraphrase the main points that you've made so far.
One thing, like we tend to think humans' ability to be susceptible to others as it has to be something mystical and magical. It really isn't. It's a group of social thinking. And it's how our species works together. It involves a lot of cooperation. Jesus Christ, uh, for a society as big as ours to succeed. So a lot of things that he was talking about is just due to social infrastructure of our species. That's all that comes down to. It isn't on a quantum level like a lot of people think. On the quantum level, um, it doesn't work the way you think it does. Um, it's a lot. A lot of people think that there's a lot of uncertainty. There is some uncertainty, but there's a lot of certainty also. So it comes down to really your limited grasp on quantum physics for some of what you're talking about. And I'm
I
not
have
sure.
I have no idea of quantum physics. I haven't studied them at all. I'm telling you.
Okay.
Well, I have a
So you're,
PhD.
so
But,
you're
I'm going to go over to Roy because this is Roy's favorite topic, actually. So I'm going to let Roy go.
yeah. So
Mhm.
I mean, in my life, I came to a point where I was so sort of disillusioned by. Oh, right
Wow,
on.
you just got rated.
Nice. A
Yeah,
brain
that's the
domain's
word.
back. All right. Welcome, brain domain. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. We're having a great conversation right now. We're talking to Alex, who is trying to explicate his theory of quantum thinking that he believes can help open the door to a kind of cultural revolution and a flourishing of human life. And so he's concerned about the same things that I am. And so he's kind of talking about some of his theories that go back to Carl Jung, collective subconscious, and his theory of archetypes, especially the shadow archetype. So we're kind of still in the thick of this, so it might take a little bit for all of you to get on board. So we're just kind of brainstorming here and thinking out loud. So if you're into a really deep and interesting conversation, then stick around. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Brain domain.
What
Oh,
was the
Alex.
name? Roy.
Alex
Roy.
went. What's
I have
that?
a question.
Sure.
Sorry, say again.
What was the rap that I did that's on this very topic? What was the name of it?
The arc.
I mean, it's relative, like I'm
Yeah.
saying, but I would call it like the theory of relativity, but in the mind.
Okay,
Like
so
it also affects the mind. It's not only about whatever it was, because I haven't, but the name fits for me.
Einstein. One of my favorite quotes by Einstein was, "The world as we know it is a product of our thinking." And so, in order to change the world,
Exactly.
we have to change the way that we think. And so, I think that's basically
Yes.
what you're saying, right? And I agree with that 100%.
Exactly.
The world as we make it is a product of our perceptions and our expectations about what it could be, right? And usually our expectations about what it could be are primarily driven by what we have already experienced. So we have trouble envisioning a world that is radically different from the one that we experience. So we see all this greed, we see, corruption at the highest levels of government, we see all these negative things. And a lot of people just expect that cannot change, that that's always going to remain the same. That's part of the problem. It's a perception problem. So the belief that you can't do anything. Okay, yeah. So the belief that you can't do anything to fix the world is a problem of perception. And if we had more people that had a belief that they could actually do something favorable to help society, then they wouldn't be leaning so much on the current paradigms, right? Now, yeah, this is basically this is kind of the crux of the issue, is that humans, when we decide how are we best able to survive, right? We can do something radically new and go explore, or we can find some sort of niche within the current system as it is and try to exploit our skills, exploit our local resources, you know, exploitation is not
Yeah.
necessarily a negative thing in this sense. But most of us, for all our lives, we've grown up within a society, within a certain constrained set of social norms, beliefs about what we ought to be doing, right? And so our default is to accept the rules of the game as it has been laid out, as we have grown up within, and figure out the best way to survive within that system. And so it takes a very, 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 I don't want to say special, but like it's they're few and far between of people that are willing to be like, no, I don't accept the thing as it is, right? I don't accept that. I want to actually change that.
Yeah, and
How
because
can I actually change
and
that?
because I think I'm that person. Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
I completely resonate with 100% of what you're saying, and actually, yeah, I was in the brain guy's chat, and I told him in the questionnaire. He asked me that, hey, you just did exactly what you were presenting on your video to me, but you didn't realize. And this is what I'm talking about, the ones and zeros that we have to start thinking about, the quantum thing. Like, if we forget that we are ones and zeros, that hey guys, we have achieved the one and it's time to achieve the two, and to achieve the two, we have to realize we are not only machines, we have the emotions, and we must be in a constant state of ones and zeros and decide based on emotion and logic. And this is like the quantum thinking I'm saying, that as a human, when you have so many experiences in your life that you can finally resonate with everything, and they say that we have a global pandemic of loneliness and everything, yes. And what do we do as humans? We start playing games and we have more creativity. This is our way of the brain healing. And I thought of this tonight, that all this time in human history, the brain, because we call it the brain, the subconscious called it the brain because we forgot it's ourselves. We called it the brain. It's funny, right? We finally are able to scan what's wrong with ourselves, and we can fix the problems. And I was reading about, I was watching a podcast with Dr. Allen. I don't remember his surname, sorry. He's a famous psychiatrist, anyways. He's a brain scanner. And he was saying that everything that limits the blood flow to your brain is essentially bad for you. But what it's doing, in essence, it's giving you brain capacity, if you know it as a term. And this brain capacity helps you improve in other parts of your life at a cost of you falling into the subconscious to improve other parts you want to improve, yes. But the problem with humanity is that we have fallen so deep into our subconscious, we have forgotten that we must improve ourselves every second. And that's why we enjoy drinking, that's why we enjoy smoking, that's why we enjoy stuff that we know is not good for ourselves, for our body, but still we do it and we accept it. If we right now in our Discord call realize that we can, hey, wake up the person next to us and realize the same thing, all the problems in our human world are going to be diminished, vaporized, call it what you want, because we are going to realize we have problems, we are going to actually fix them, and we can go back on improving ourselves. And that's the problem of humanity. The solution I want to give to humanity is that whenever we always are going to have a relapse, yes, that's why history repeats itself. I want humanity to stop repeating itself. I want it to realize when the downfall comes, it's because we have to look at ourselves, and we're going to stop the problems with war, with anything. I don't care. I cannot think of anything right now, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, so I think that I agree with the gist of your argument. The problem is that this has been said quite a few different ways, and it's been said, you know, as far as back as ancient Greece and probably before of other societies, right? And
Yeah.
it essentially comes down to, if you want to change the world, start with yourself, right? Like the only thing
Exactly.
that we can control is ourself, our feelings, our beliefs, right? And usually most people by default, they kind of externalize, and rather than committing this grand act of being self-critical and really analyzing themselves and asking, was what I did moral, responsible? Was that the right course of action? We accept that what we do is the right course of action because why would we have done it otherwise, right? Like I do what I do because I felt that that was the right thing for me to do. So we always do what we feel is right in the moment, and then what happens is we use our, this thing called the left brain interpreter to justify our actions when we're communicating with other people, and we rarely ask ourselves the hard questions, and we rarely ask, what can I do to change? Instead, we point fingers at other people and we say, if only those people were doing things my way, right, the world would be a better place. So we're constantly trying to force our naturally sort of occurring sense of, righteousness onto other people. And when we do that, we see that other people are incorrect by our standards. And when we try to control other people in this way, we usually just find blowback. The problem is, how do you scale this process of self-discovery? And that's kind of been it's kind of been the problem that we've always had in terms of really scaling up a society that's enlightened,
Exactly.
in a sense.
Can I interrupt you right now? Because I completely agree with what you said. And for example, if I interrupted you a moment before and I told you I know everything you are talking about, I wouldn't see that you would come to this point that I wanted to come. I believe this problem you're talking about was solved the moment we gave access to humanity at any moment in time to anyone. For example, if I want to contact someone at the other side of the world, I'm gonna do it. Hell, if I want to send a message to Sun, and I know it's going to take 8 minutes, not some time, whatever. I cannot calculate, I cannot remember, but I know I can send a message, but I just don't do it because I know. And the problem with humanity is that we always know, but we don't know. You see why it's relative? Everything that I'm saying is coming back to the same thing because everything is relative. Everything that we do and we don't do at the given moment is what we are. And
Roy,
when people say that remember the child in yourself, is not because
excuse me,
you were
chat. Deal with that, please.
I'm not,
yeah.
no,
No,
I'm,
when
I'm
people
not
say,
gonna even talk about the flat Earth thing. We don't need to go there.
No.
That's not fruitful.
I'm saying give me mod, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
Alex. Didn't mean to interrupt. Let me just give.
no problem. Understand. Something happened. It's okay. No problem. So yeah, I've been in this path, and I believe I am the person that can help other people around me that have reached this level of awakeness, reawake and take the next step. Because I have taken the next step, I'm looking for the people who are ready to take the next step.
But
I don't have the funds. I'm trying to find the ways though, because I know that since I have the internet, everything is free, right? I've forgotten that everything is free. And me finding this stream, before I did it in a very impolite way, and then I resonated how I can do it better. I came to you, I introduced myself, I followed the rules, I did everything just. Now we have this conversation, because before I didn't stop to think for a second how I was going to be impolite, coming, hey guys, blah, 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 blah. I didn't respect that I come to a stream. I resonated instantly. And the gift I want to give the humanity is that we have to reduce the processing time we lost to become comfortable. I want to bring it back. Like, this is my idea. I want to give back the processing time we have lost as humans back to ourselves. And because we have the internet and the means anymore, that's what we didn't have in the past. But the moment we got the internet, we said, okay, we're going to solve the problems later. Isn't it right? I don't have to research it but I think it's logical, and my emotion says yes. Like, this is my quantum thinking that the moment we got the internet, we could solve all our problems, but we thought, hey, we can focus on solving this problem right now, which was right, probably, yeah? We had more important problems to focus, but then, again, we forgot we had other problems to solve. And that's the problem when humanity starts repeating itself, is that it forgets it has to solve the problems it got the solution for. It's like when you get a weapon out of a new treatment or whatever, first, it's like humans are by default going to find what's the easy way to do something, and then when they have time, they're going to perfect it. That's how humans work since they came to this earth. You know what I mean? And I came to this understanding, and if I research it extensively, I'm going to waste time on researching probably. I know, as Alex anymore, that when humans started forming communities, they started becoming restless. Like, they started resting. Sorry.
You mean
I don't know if we have any gamers in our chat. And
yeah, we're all
think
gamers.
of it as a mana bar. Okay,
Yeah.
think of it as a mana bar. We are humans with a mana bar. The more we deplete it, and we are casters, okay? We are casters. The more we deplete it reasonably, we can continue the fight. At some point, it's going to be a team fight or something. We're gonna have to expend all our resources and take some damage. If we don't retreat, though, and cut our losses, we're not gonna regain our mana back ever, because we're gonna keep spamming abilities like we are doing every day, and we get into the unconscious. And the unconscious is the health bar. And the mind is the mana bar. And right now, what I'm giving to the people is an infinite mana bar that we all have and we have forgotten. And this is what I want to find a way to promote, that we have an infinite mana bar in ourselves that we all forget. And even the people that reach to the point that they have the infinite mana bar for themselves, they don't know how to spread it, because all the self-help talk videos, they work.
I know how.
And eventually, the people either break free, kind of, then they make some other problems for themselves, you know what I mean? Or they don't.
Okay, so
And the same pattern that exists is they don't know why they get better. Now we know why we get better, because we fix our brain. We know that if we fix our brain, we're gonna solve back again all our problems in society. And the moment we're gonna get the consciousness of the 1 second, it sounds very, I don't know, grand. We're gonna solve all mental health issues, every single one of them, because I had them. And whenever I'm in this state of thinking every single second, I don't have them. I don't forget anymore. I'm not distracted anymore. I'm not ADD anymore. I'm using my brain fully.
okay, so I
do know how to spread it.
I like the
and-
analogy. Yeah.
I figured you would.
I like the analogy of the mana bar. I mean, there's an opportunity cost, right? So there's the opportunity cost every time that we engage and play the game that is right now. There's an opportunity cost of thinking in different ways, right? Of thinking in potentially better ways. What is the infiniteness of the mana bar that you're talking about? Are you just saying that
It's infinite.
Are you just saying that it's infinitely improvable, right? Because the analogy that you use, I mean, there's still depletion, right? Like we need ATP, we need to generate, we need to constantly, send ATP so our brain can continue this process of thinking. And we all get tired based on circadian dips,
Can I give you an example?
and we get depleted. So the infiniteness of the mana bar is just when you stop, is just focusing on the process of continual self-improvement. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Can I give you an example? Do you know that us, humans, we are a civilization type something? I don't remember.
Type 0.
But, in theory, we can achieve type 1, I think, when we get the Dyson sphere, no?
Yeah.
Right now, I'm giving you the Dyson sphere, and it's very hard to grasp and comprehend. It's funny, I believe, and I accept that in the beginning, you're going to fight it. It's your subconscious fighting the new idea that you can have a limitless Dyson sphere in your brain as long as you accept and you forget about your subconscious, because the subconscious is you getting comfortable. And the moment you get comfortable, you are not conscious anymore. And it's like the Matrix, it's like the Inception, it's like every movie the humans have devised to visualize this problem we have, but we don't know how to solve. And it's funny how we say that the human brain always finds a way to solve its problems. Yes, and this is the way I found, and I believe that I must spread right now to prevent, I don't know, more faults to happen, evil to happen, that we have this Dyson sphere in our brain, and it's free for everyone. We just have to see that every bad thing that happens to us is because we cause it. And if we instead focus on doing good things on ourselves, we're gonna spread positivity. And I was seeing so nice Matrix. So I was seeing a study of a video for, I think it was a game theory, and you had the personality types, and it said that at some point one personality evolved to be like I don't remember the name, but the concept of the game is if I do good and you do good, I'm gonna do good. If you do bad, I'm gonna check once. If you do bad again, I'm gonna check twice. If you do good the third time, I'm gonna do good. This is the evolved state. The first state was if you do bad, I'm gonna do good. If you do bad the second time, I'm gonna do bad until you do good. So there was like feedback how you interact with me.
Yeah,
but
no.
The person who evolved to interact on the third time when the other person interacts negatively was the evolution. I believe that I'm the guy that found the fourth step, for example, and I'm trying to give it away right now. This is my way of doing it, and it's going to be hard in the beginning. Like every new process of change is hard.
Hold on, let me try to paraphrase what you were talking about, because I don't think it was clear for chat. But you're referencing game theory.
Or you do.
You're wait, hold on, clowns. Hold on, don't, please, just one at a time. You know, if you want to chime in, let me just paraphrase this real quick, and then you can go ahead. So in game theory, there's strategies for playing cooperative games, right? And tit for tat is usually the default strategy, where it's basically eye for an eye, right? Someone cooperates, and then you cooperate. But if someone defects, then you defect, right? So it's eye for an eye, and this is pretty standard human strategies. There's a modification when you play multiple games, cooperative games with people. People have found that the best way to cooperate is what is called a forgiving tit for tat, which means that you grant there is noise in the system, so there could be some signals that you misinterpret. So that other person, maybe you give them the benefit of the doubt. When they defected the first time, maybe there was some misunderstanding. So you give them the benefit of the doubt. The next game you cooperate even if they defect. But then if they defect again, now, okay, well, maybe that's a pattern. And now you're going to go revert to like tit for tat. So the forgiving tit for tat strategy solves the problem of noise in the interpretation between agents, right? So it's basically giving people the benefit of the doubt, which is a really good thing to get into the habit of doing. So now how does that give us a step forward? Or how does that work into your...
I believe I am the mutation, like the new tit for tat. I found what causes the noise and what causes the defect.
Well, misinterpretation.
So like the tit for tat was being defective after the other person was defective, I found the reason why we become defective in the first place.
Okay.
And it's so easy to comprehend that it's going to insult you, every single one of us, because my life motto was that we are hypocrites, and I never saw that anywhere. And we are hypocrites to ourselves. And the moment I started realizing that was around my 20s, that we are hypocrites, I started slowly practicing to myself. I realized where I'm a hypocrite and where I'm not. And this moment that I realize I'm a hypocrite, what does it mean? That the hypocrisy is the subconscious, right? Because to be a hypocrite means to be someone you're not. It's the subconscious. And this I realized right now as we're talking, that when I say everyone is a hypocrite and the biggest one is yourself, is that my brain, me, found the solution right now, that the answer, the name to it is that everyone is a hypocrite, everyone is controlled by their subconscious. And the moment you realize you are controlled, even this moment we speak on Discord, maybe not, because you have reached the point that you are awake more often than the rest of the people. This is what I mean. I want to give the processing time back to the people, is that I am processing right now at like 0.01, and the average human processes at 0.02. I want to give back to the humans this 0.01 or whatever it was.
Okay, can I ask that you blow your nose real quick?
Of course.
Thank you. Go on, Roy. I'll shut up now.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something, Clowns. Did you wanna add to the discussion? You just wanted to ask him to blow his nose?
I made a post to take feedback.
There were several people complaining about it, so.
Oh, gotcha.
Just wanted to get that out there.
So,
no, but I'm making a post for feedback, yeah.
So the brain domain says there's a reference to spiritual energy instead of a literal energy when he was talking about mana. Yeah, okay. I agree with that. That's probably how I'm starting to interpret it. Oh yeah, could you blow your nose, please? You're listening to headphones and it's distracting. Eye for an eye, Dan says.
If it's about me, I will do it, yeah.
So I feel like you can't go through life not causing hypocrisy. We're only human. So I think you've hit upon, you've hit upon the crux of the issue, right? It's another way of just saying this is just there's human bias. And we don't know how we are biased. Like, human biases by definition are invisible to us. And we have one criteria for judging other people and a different criteria for judging ourselves. We assume that we're correct most of the time ourselves, but we judge other people with a different set of standards, right? So we have this double standard. That's the sort of crux of that's the crux of the matter. That's the hypocrisy that you're talking about. And when you start to realize that, oh my God, I could be doing something wrong at any moment, every thought that I have, every sort of behavior that I think is okay, I should really step back and think about, is that assumption warranted? Or is this some kind of bias that I ought to try to overcome? Now, that is the heart of the issue. The problem is, how do you get enough people? Now, I think that this actually, there's enough people out there that understand this concept already, right? That
like
could,
you?
Yeah, that could form a critical mass where if you get all these people together, you wire them up in the right kind of way, you would basically
exactly.
The system would build itself, right? There would be this auto-catalytic
Have
network.
you played the Mass Effect?
I have not, no. But I think that
okay.
yeah. So I think right now that so if you think about the distribution of populations, right, and you just see humans as we're all on this journey of self-discovery, and that journey, right, it's probably a complex S-curve, right, where there's this quick ramp up and then you plateau for a while, and then in order to make more progress, you have to have what's called this positive dissolution period, where you basically challenge all of your assumptions about how you've been living your life. And once you do that, you go sort of down, right? Like you feel like you're confused, like you don't know what to do. But then after you've challenged all the right assumptions, then you can make another big sort of exponential, quick, accelerated increase towards
exactly. Yeah. Yes.
So
this is what I want to reduce. I want to reduce the time for the downfall and to remove it completely.
So that's going to be challenging based on what we know about how human brain biology works. Because in the beginning, right, children
But
learn
we
very
already do that
fast.
we already do this as a society.
Exactly.
That's hold on. We already do this as a society. When something becomes critical mass, it changes the way our social structures interact with each other. I wrote a song about this, and by the way, I did a request for the song about
Oh, you did? Okay.
called The Ark, which it literally shows the transition on how we thought as a species throughout time. And it's what we're always moving through this flow in society in which our thinking is always in a constant state of movement and change. And that song actually shows that movement over 10,000 years and condensed into a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And what you're saying is that you want to be that change for that. And this is something that me and Roy here have talked about quite extensively. Have we not, Roy?
Yeah, I have a
And
theory.
it's something we're trying to figure out,
Yeah,
and we're trying to figure out how to be the catalyst for that.
the catalyst.
I believe I am.
The correct
I
term.
believe I am.
Well, that's great. We need so
Sorry.
usually the way that these things happen is there is a number of individuals that strive for the same goal, right? And one of
Yes,
them
exactly.
is one of
I
them
was
is
striving to find the same people.
yeah, one of them is in the better, has maybe a better set of skills, has a better look, resonates with more people, right? There's always this element of randomness, right place, right time. But I think that there is a catalyst out there, and that's what humanity is lacking right now. I think that human minds as they exist are fertile grounds for change because we all recognize that there's a lot of problems, and we even though we don't necessarily find it easy to change, I think that at this moment, like there's enough of a building crisis where people are willing to actually be more explorative, right? So this is the moment where, the people like get on a ship and look for another land because the storm clouds are coming or there's a giant earthquake or some kind of disruption, right? So but we need.
Yeah, it's a pattern you see everywhere all the time.
We need the environmental conditions for that catalyst to take hold, and we need the catalyst itself. So that's great that you want to be the catalyst. I also call this person the lost prophet because I assume that there are a number of individuals who could fit this bill, but they just don't have the money, the resources, the connections, all of this type of thing. So this is part of my theory.
That is all since we got the internet, but we didn't know.
We have the internet. The problem is the internet is being flooded with shit right now, so it's not a properly functioning nervous system, right? So we kind of have to.
That's you thinking it's problematic. You know that deep in your core, if you to your viewers right now tell them, "Hey, spread this message to the person next to you," you know, it's going to affect everyone, right? Like. Right now, if you tell to your viewers, hey, come on, wake up your mom and tell her to wake up, but wake up for real, to realize that you live in the moment.
That doesn't work though.
It doesn't.
This is something I've talked to Roy about.
Yeah, it does.
Why doesn't it work? This is what I'm challenging right now. This is a prime example of I'm challenging you right now.
Okay.
Why not? We believe that the subconscious is trying to fight what we know is right, but we have the voice saying no. It's not going to work because this. What's telling you no? Why are you not standing up right now and going, that's what I'm saying. You see, every single moment we have the choice not to accept something.
Yes, but this is.
Okay, stop for a second.
Yeah. So here's the problem, right? It's that the information that you can condense and put into a sort of shareable, memeable thing on the internet is not sufficient for getting any single mind to make that shift, right? It's not like a magic pill.
And this is realizing I have to reach out and plant the seed so that the world becomes ready to accept it.
Okay, stop. Here, let me do this, Roy.
Okay.
I'm gonna just tell them the same thing I told you. Okay? How ideals move through society is not the way you think they do. It isn't me going, Roy, this is what I think. It isn't me going, dance, this is what I think. That's not how society deals with information. How it actually deals with information is it has to be repeatable, it has to be logical, and it has to feel good to everybody that comes into contact with it. If it does not, it disappears really quick. Okay? So, what you're talking about is I have this ideal, share it with the next person. What's the ideal? I don't know. The ideal is that we all can share ideals. That's not an ideal. Okay? We all know that sharing ideals makes things happen. Okay? I am a musician by trade. My job is literally to write songs that affect people so that they share it, affect people, and tell them what they want to relate to. That's my job, okay? And what you're talking about is the exact opposite of what I do for a living, which my music will spread a lot further than your information that you want to spread because that information is more relatable than what you're talking about. You need to
Okay,
have,
this is
you need, hold on, I've let you speak for quite a while. You need
okay.
information,
I didn't understand. Sorry.
you need
Take your
it,
time.
you need to have information that is relatable to everybody. And you need to have a way to communicate it in a way that they can understand it, take it in, and be willing and wanting to pass it on. Just telling somebody to do it does not make it happen. You have to do it in such a way that makes them want to do it. Okay? That's what it comes down to. How we've changed through society is one ideal was so good that it got passed to the next person, then it got passed to the next person, and everybody builds upon it. And if you start out with a small thing, you have to have somewhere that they can build onto it. And you don't have that. And this is something that me and Roy have been working on for a long time. And
So
Roy, I think, is onto something. I think he has more of a concrete uh, way forward than what you do. Your
well,
ideal is where Roy was a year ago,
yeah. So
which is his talk.
it's just it's
Go ahead.
steps, right? So brain domain is absolutely right. He says you cannot walk anyone else into enlightenment. You can show them the way, but they must take the steps. And the problem is that that's a very long process, especially if you have not optimized the process. And most people have not optimized the process, right? Because we still look at the world and we don't realize that we have these biases, right? We don't realize that we ought to put ourselves into ambiguous or challenging situations because the more that we make mistakes, the faster we learn. We shy away from making mistakes in public because we're scared of getting ridiculed. So people's process for the enlightenment path is not optimal. And so for most people, it's going to take them a very long series of steps, personal experiences that they actually embed in their minds in order for them to reach the point that you're talking about right now. And no single meme or no single work is going to just flip a switch on in someone and get them to think in that way. But what you did say that I think is correct is that the process for basically reforming society is networking, right? And that's what you're talking about. You're saying, okay, how do we network all the people that have actually reached some level? Maybe there's no like threshold for enlightenment, right? It's probably like approaching the area under a curve or something like that, where there's always room for improvement, but we're getting closer and closer and closer the more we strive for it. So maybe there is, I think there's already enough people out there. The problem is we're all scattered around the globe, probably, and most of the time we're interfacing with our friends and family, and it's hard to build trust with people on the other side of the world, and there's communication barriers inherent in the internet, and so it's hard for all of those to take all those individuals and put them into a network, but essentially that's the goal, right? Is to create a roadmap or a blueprint for how to build essentially a brain for society. And yeah, that's what.
Okay. So,
Yeah, but so the catalyst is going to be a more complex form. I think it's going to be if it's a single person and that person can communicate over a number, like think about any major grassroots movement. There have always been leaders, right? Gandhi or Martin Luther King.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Sure, go
and
ahead.
you will understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Everything you're thinking about right now, I know you're gonna say, and I'm telling to you right now. The example, all this conversation is happening right now in front of your screen, I guess. Sorry, I'm sick. This conversation that's happening right now, and you're talking to me about Gandhi. What if I didn't tell you I'm Alex? I told you I'm a millionaire. I have billion of degrees on psychology, but I have studied everything, and I'm right now publicizing my study. Wouldn't you have a positive bias about me? I wouldn't be a random guy thinking about life, right? And
No.
how Clown, right now, this example is how Clown was the zero, you are the one, and I am connecting those two. Like, she was the prime of example. She saying that, but the world is not ready. No, I'm saying the world is ready, and I saw you were passively seeing everything. You were the one, and I am the two. I am fighting the zero because it has to be gone. I want to make one my new zero, and I want to become the new two. And it's those people that we think, if people, society think are crazy because they go so against the subconscious that you see it every day without realizing it.
My turn.
And I'm not being offensive to you, Clown. I'm just. It was a perfect example because it happened to the others before as well. I want
to say something. For one, I look at everybody the same. Roy can tell you this. He's shown me papers from who should be considered brilliant physicists or whatever. I've looked at their work and I've shot them down, like repeatedly. I look at what's being said, what's provable, what's not. I have a degree in physics, okay? I look at the scientific method. I look at what's testable. If it's not testable, I tend to write it off. What you're talking about is not a testable theory. And it's the same thing that I've come in and talked to Roy about, okay? And Roy is actually on the same road that you're on. He's way further ahead, okay?
I know.
He's a brilliant man, okay? He's way further
I know,
ahead.
and I believe I'm the catalyst that I can help him take the road further. And for example, right now, you're still reinforcing my example.
No, I'm not. Listen, you sit there.
Wait.
I'm telling you is you think that because your name's Alex or you're just no. I'll listen to what you have to say, and I told you you're on the same path as him. You're just way far behind, and I told you what path he's gone to get where he's at, and he gave you a viable network in which he thinks will work, and you're still 5 miles back behind the road. This is what I'm telling you. You're not listening to him.
Well,
you're in here, you're just out here preaching your message, not listening to what Roy says, what I say, what anybody else says.
Well,
you're just going, this is my message, my message. You're not listening.
It's okay, Clown. I don't think he's fully had time to really express, because it's complex, right? So we have to take it in pieces. So how do you think you can help? So Alex, how do you think you can help me? What is one practical step or tool that I can use?
You're the perfect example because you're right now you're doing what I'm thinking, and I don't have to tell it to you. You're staying calm. You're not like me trying to interrupt and say something. You're not projecting what you know, like Clown did. He said he's a physicist. I was sitting listening. I said I'm not anything. Like, I'm not giving names anymore. I don't care about the names anymore. This relativity I'm talking about is that everything is so relative. You don't have to name. And when people realize that, like you said, that we have some kind of logic, and we know it's logical for us, we want to do it. I want to help you, I guess, that since you already are on this path far ahead of me, I think that the next word I can give you or shine a ray of sun to your path is that with your own understanding and what I'm telling you right now, people have to realize that at any given moment, and Clown was the perfect example, people are going to conflict that we cannot do better because we can't. And people are like this, but we can. I'm sitting right here, and I'm defending my position and saying no, we can. I don't care that I care. I understand what you mean completely. That you make music and you try to change them this way, and this is your path. And I'm glad that you make it that way. And you understand that it might not be for everyone. This is the relative part. You understand it might not be ready for everyone. But what I'm saying in relative to that, in relativity to that, is that no, it is. Every single moment, every single second, it is relative that you choose not to accept something or to fight it. And humans have been so long sleeping, have been sleeping for so long in the subconscious that they have forgotten what it is to be human. And everything we hear, we instinctively want to fight it, in whatever way it comes out. Even me, trying to spread my message, I guess. Even Clown, trying to put me back on the, like, hey, you're way over your head. I know I'm way over my head. I'm just trying to give the way over my headness to the person who came over this problem by himself or whatever means. And if he just takes the solution and he knows what to do with it, because, you know, it's like in games or in history, it takes one person to do something, but if he doesn't have the means to apply it, it's going to be useless. And if, for example, I give the means to Roy, and he can do whatever I think in my mind that has to be done, and he has already figured it out that, okay, I'm going to spread my message, I'm going to find the correct people, and then when we find the correct people, we're going to start helping everyone see it in our close environment. And because our close environment is going to be ready to see the next truth, we're going to reveal it or whatever. It's going to be, like you said, the problems you have thought about, I already also have them. And I don't want to, this conversation didn't have to be had right now. We could just continue helping, for example. We could be talking about I'm thinking, like why and how we can help. We could go straight to helping. We didn't have to explain all this process. It could be happen because it's logical and the instinct, and we put the emotion and we know it's true, and we could just help Roy figure out instead of saying what's happening right now. Am I not right, Roy?
So,
no, you're not.
well, hold on. So let me paraphrase, because I'm not sure if I'm exactly hearing you correctly. But you're saying you keep coming back to this idea of all of our thoughts, or ordinarily our thoughts are driven by our subconscious desires, right? So the sort of the automatic thinking that has been sort of programmed by cultural norms, society, right? Or our
all these millennia,
or our animal instincts, right? So by default, most of us are engaging in automatic behavior. And I would agree with you with that. And then you said, if we could stop that, right? If we could focus on just solutions, if everyone did that, that would accelerate humanity's sort of rise to a type 1 civilization with, unlimited energy and, being able to maintain a homeostatic sort of Earth as a Gaia type of thing.
For me, yeah, it could be anything because we know we have the means, for example, we know we can have our food, our everything ready, and not to do anything. We just have to apply the technology. We know that, but we have to focus on other problems.
It's not that simple. And this is something that...
Why not? Why not?
Why not? Because our world is ruled by resources, okay? And we have a limited amount of stuff. We also have as we grow as a society, those resources don't just magically appear. It takes people to innovate and keep moving stuff forward. Okay.
Okay, and right now,
it's not a magic wand. This is something that I've actually talked to Roy about over the last year. Actually, I've been talking to Roy about this stuff for what, like almost 3 years at this point.
Okay, Clown, to interrupt you this moment, so you change your perspective right now. No, I know what you will say.
Give him a second.
Just treat this talk like we're in the meeting. Treat this talk like we are in the meeting. But
Stop.
you have figured all the problems, and we are right now in the meeting of how to solve it. Treat it like this. I am part of this for now.
Well, you're gonna
We're
let
just
me
talking for the problems, for the solutions, not the problems. We are talking about me being a problem, not realizing that me being problematic is problematic. And I'm telling you, okay, look, this is problematic. Let's find the solution. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm taking the decision to tell you this is being problematic. We're not going somewhere. We are focusing on how to solve a problem instead of solving what we can solve. So we could
That's
just
the
help
problem.
Roy all this time
You
talk
just said
and
no.
figure out a way, but we instead are focusing on the problem, me
Can
being
you
the
do it
problem,
for
and
just a second? I'd like to actually get something out for once without you interrupting me. Okay?
yes, I'm sorry.
You keep coming at me because I point out problems in your logic. That is not a solution. Okay? Sitting there saying I'm being negative because you have flaws in your logic is not meaning I'm negative. It means you have problems with your logic, okay? You need to solve those before you say you have a solution, okay? It's the same thing I would tell Roy if he came at me with this. Same thing I would tell Dance. I've had these conversations with dozens of people, if not hundreds of people, over the years, okay? To sit there and point at a problem and saying that we could have this or that is not a solution. You need a roadmap. Without a roadmap, you have nothing. All you're doing right now is saying, I see the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem. But when somebody says, so what? We know the problem. We don't need another person pointing at the problem. We need a roadmap to solve the problems. We have infinite energy. We did a Dyson sphere. But here's the problem with that. Do you know how to do that? Does anybody alive know how to do it? No. Nobody on this planet knows how to make a Dyson sphere. And I love your teapot, Roy. I love you.
All right. All right. All
You can
right.
sit
So
there and
let.
say,
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
that.
Hold on. Let me bring this down just a notch. Okay.
Go ahead. Bring it down because he pissed me off. Sorry.
I
He
love
didn't
that
mean
I piss
to.
you off because this is the reaction I want. This is the reaction I want from people. I want people to piss off because it was
You have
the next. It's
You
in the
have
it's in the, it's in the next chapter. I wanted to say about how you overcome this problem.
Okay.
You don't
This
have
reaction,
to overcome
this
the
reaction
problem.
from you is the perfect example of how I can introduce my next theory.
Okay. So what's your next theory just on people's the way that they communicate, or what is your next theory? Communication?
Would you say that he was kind of angry, clown, right now, Roy?
I'm not a she for one. Two.
I said he. I'm sorry if
I
you
was
heard Steve.
upset. I was
I'm
not
sorry.
angry.
No, I know you
I
were
was-
not angry, but this energy you had inside you, you wanted to defend yourself, right?
Oh no, no. I'm trying to make
Not
you realize
defend,
that
but you
have
wanted to express this feeling you had inside you because you know it was right.
no, I know you're wrong. That's the problem.
Well,
But I'm telling you, you're right. How am I wrong?
Because you say I'm wrong doesn't make it so.
I'm telling you,
I'm
you are
telling
right.
Show me a
I'm
roadmap.
telling you, you're right.
Things that you're talking about, and I will concede. You have no roadmap. Pointing at something and saying that's broke or that needs to be fixed is not anything. I could say my fucking floor is warped. If I'm not gonna fix it, it doesn't fucking matter. If I don't have a plan to fix it, it doesn't fucking matter.
Clown. How can I call you? Or you want to be called clown?
Clowns is fine. It's clowns with an S.
Clowns. Okay, clowns. So, right now, I am acknowledging the fact that you are right. 100% you are right. But you don't want to accept the fact that I am acknowledging that you're right. You see that?
No.
Do you see
Okay.
this? Do you see
Okay.
this right now? It's happening.
Okay.
I'm
give
telling
me
you
a
you're right,
roadmap.
and you told me,
Now show that you think I'm right, and give me a roadmap to what you're thinking, because you're not doing that. You just are talking.
okay. Now that we came over this problem, my thinking is this: this was an example of how Roy could take this situation and amplify it in his mind of his, and put it down with the tools he has mastered because he's older than me, he has done more stuff than me, and I don't have the tools he has. I just came with a solution randomly. He knows how to take the catalyst and amplify it and put it in the right place.
You just don't have a
this
teapot.
situation
Man.
that is going right now.
You just don't have the teapot.
Yeah, probably I didn't have my teapot. So yeah, right now I'm trying to fill in the teapot, and you acting the way you did is the best, is like the most primal instinct of humans. Is what we do, and we don't want to change. Like right now, we could have stopped and say, yes, you are right, like I told you, but you keep on telling me what I'm doing wrong. You see, I know what I'm doing wrong, kind of, but right now I was doing it on purpose so I could get a reaction out of you, and I could say, this is the problem with humans. I saw a scenario unfolding in front of my eyes, and I chose to let it escalate so I could give an example of how humans work right now. It's like, I told you, you told me that, oh, you must have this meeting and everything, blah, blah, blah. We did it years ago. And what I'm saying is, yes, I know that there people have been on this path many times, many times, and almost reached the end. But they didn't know how to walk the path, like how to take the last step. And I randomly, I took a shortcut through life because that's what I've been doing my whole life. And I found the shortcut to human problems, that we have to find that 1 second every damn moment of our life and treat it as our own problem and then fix it. And when we fix our problem, we can go on and help with the other guy. But as long as we don't fix our problem, we leave it for later. And that later is the subconscious working on the background, fixing the problem. But the subconscious, it grew out of creativity and started doing stuff or whatever to fill its time. And now you're not conscious anymore, you're subconscious, and sometimes you're conscious. It's the moments you're feeling happy and everything, and it's the people like us that most of the time we're seeing the life negatively, and suddenly they make, a click, and everything is positive, and you're like, why cannot be like that person that is talking to me through Discord like this? Why cannot be like so happy like him? What has he figured out? And I'm telling you, I figured out this is the problem. I'm telling you this is the solution, but all this time you don't want to realize it.
Okay,
not in a personal level.
Hold on,
in general, to the people that are talking, they don't want to realize it. And
yeah. Okay, let me just
mind ecstasy and everything.
Let me try to paraphrase everything that's happened and just try to okay. So I think Clown's criticism is correct in a sense because you described a bunch of problems, which I would agree with, right? You described the problems of automatic thinking, the subconscious. You alluded to the problems of the fight or flight mechanism in us, right? Where we have these primitive emotional outbursts and reactions when
exactly.
And so you've alluded to a bunch of the problems, but Clown's criticism stands, right? You say you have a solution.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
But the solution is not just identifying the problems, because a lot of people have identified those problems. So we need to figure out, we have these biases inside of us, right? We have these default modes of how we think and operate. How do we accelerate the path towards overcoming those obstacles? So you need some sort of protocol or process for overcoming those things. And so far you haven't given anything, any step, any technique.
It's called priority.
Okay. So tell us about that.
It's called priority. So everything comes to prioritizing what's good or bad. It's so simple. If it's good or bad for yourself.
Okay.
Like, I want to eat. Is it good for me? Yes or no? How am I going to take this food? Am I going to steal it from someone? It's bad. I'm not going to do it. It's so simple. It's like teaching to a child how to do something. This is what I'm trying to do to humans through this Twitch right now.
But that process is never simple, man. Sometimes for some people, right?
We have to prioritize again ourselves. We forgot that we have to prioritize ourselves every single moment, and
Well, that's
The
not
moment we
true.
do that, we have no problems anymore. The
Roy,
moment we focus on ourselves.
Wait, hold on, clowns.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying
For me, sorry. So who wants to talk? Because it's I cannot see the faces. I cannot see
okay.
who wants to speak.
So you've given a protocol, prioritize self. But I mean, here, at least in Western culture, right, prioritizing oneself, the problem is that humans don't really know what's going to be good for them ultimately, right? We have theories
Okay,
about
so
what might
this
be
comes
good,
down. Yeah.
but oftentimes we pursue something for a long time and realize that wasn't the right goal, right? And we're like, oh, I'm kind of disappointed. I thought I would feel really good in this moment, but I actually don't. So the problem is we don't actually know ourselves well enough to know what's going to give us the most happiness in any given moment. So we can't just say,
Exactly.
yeah, so we can't just say prioritize the self. Is it good for me? Because we actually don't know what's good for us in any given moment. We guess a lot of the time, right? So how is this a solution?
Know, but okay, this is you gave me the exact words. We know every moment what's true for ourselves, for our body. We know what's good, but the subconscious has changed what it thinks it's good for us, because
Well,
how can I explain it?
so
How does the brain work? The more blood flow it has, the better it works, right?
No.
there's a limit.
The more
I mean,
optimal.
there's a limit.
But
you need.
yeah. But
yeah.
if there is a restriction, I mean, okay, if there is any kind of restriction to the blood flow of the brain, you have a problem. Yes, any kind of restriction.
Yeah.
That's not normal. That is as long as it's not normal. And what have we done as humans? We have come up with ways to restrict the blood flow. Now I'm talking very down to the essence. We have came up with ways to restrict the blood flow so we can increase the capacity of the subconscious in our mind, which means we are not conscious anymore, so we can focus on getting better on other stuff. You understand how this whole talk is relative to everything and any given thing on how you do and you don't do something is affecting you? How this theory of relativity is everywhere and everything at all the time is how you said we have to choose and not to choose. It's the 1 and the 0. And I'm giving you the emotional, the quantum, whatever you want to call it, aspect that if you apply it, you know it's good for everyone. You are not bound by machine anymore. You're something connected, like you're intermixed. It's the next step of human thinking that when humans finally realize that we have been directed by our subconscious the moment we created communities, because it was the way of focusing on getting better on other aspects of our life, but we sacrificed our conscious mind to become better. We finally came to the point, and this is a breakthrough I made, is that, for example, you have a skill tree in any game, yeah?
I have a what?
You're playing a video game, you have a skill tree,
Okay.
a skill tree of abilities you learn throughout the game or attributes.
Yeah.
And you finish the game and you do a game save plus and you have all the tech there, but it's locked until you do something. Like you have to reach a certain quest or a level to unlock everything. And what I'm giving you right now is the key to unlock that everything. And we didn't know. That thing is the subconscious that was limiting ourselves. And the key to the subconscious is being here every single second or not being. Every single second you choose not to be here is every single second the subconscious is. Every decision, everything you say, you decide to say, to move. Right now, Roy moved his glasses. If he chose not to do it, maybe he did it because, okay, there was a physical need to do it. Maybe he did it because he was uncomfortable. That was his subconscious moving it because he felt uncomfortable. But if he was comfortable, if it was himself, the body wouldn't be controlled by the subconscious. And this motor movement, it came to our mind, and it like stayed forever. It's
So
for my whole life. What I wanted to feel was I wanted to get all my how to say rust and I don't know, ooze that was in the gears in my brain. And finally, I have a gold, platinum, whatever, clean, shiny brain, and I'm trying to teach everyone how to clean their brains. And the
so
process to do that is by realizing you have to be there every moment, and it's going to be very hard in the beginning. It's going. I told you, for me, it's been a whole month that I've been
okay.
feeling better every day and every day. But it took a catalytic moment of
Uh,
me realizing that I was under the
okay.
experience of my subconscious. And the people that reach this moment are the people that understand that there is something wrong, but they don't know what is wrong. And suddenly you have a person telling you, hey, this is wrong. It's in the beginning, it's going to be very hard to say, oh, this guy is the new Mandela, the new Tesla, the new blah, blah, blah. I'm not telling him this guy, because this guy, me, has been everyone around the world, everywhere at any given time. He just didn't have the means, or he didn't realize. And
Okay. So
if
so
you take my example, I believe it's going to be.
hold on, Alex. I think we're gonna. Can you? Do you want to kind of? So I think chat's getting antsy, so we're gonna wrap up this conversation. I'm gonna try to paraphrase what you said. By the way, I think you're a wonderful guy. I love that you've had this transformative experience in your life, and
Thank you very much.
and you're trying to stay in the present moment and use your higher thinking more and more often. And I think that is the solution, and you're in the right ballpark, right? But if you're looking to export that and help other people to find that, I've tried this. I've tried just giving people some sort of like text, right? And saying, here, look, these are all the biases. This is, and I've done it with the scientific method, right? Like, here, these are all the biases that are inside your mind. Like that strategy does not export, right? So the problem is you have to feel it inside, right? You have to develop yourself, and you can't just hear someone talk about it and expect them to change, right? Expect them to be more mindful every moment. Expect them
That's
to
why
stop.
you have to become that person to
So,
change.
that's
That's
why
why I am here fighting, trying to change your mind, to you and clowns and
you're
everyone listening.
you're kind of preaching to the
It's going to
choir,
be.
man. You're kind of preaching to the choir, because we agree with all of your
And
analysis
That's
this is
of the
what
exactly
problem.
what I was gonna say, because we've already been there. We've had those catalysts, those experiences, and
Yes.
even those uncomfortable moments that we had to confront to become who we are. So
And none of us are, and we
I'll let the
accept that.
rest speak.
Yeah, we accept that none of us are done, right? If I was fully enlightened and I had the answer, then every single, like, I wouldn't get stuck playing Here's the Storm at the end of the day. I'd be like so motivated to write my manifesto of like, this is gonna change everything, and like, this is gonna bring world peace to the world. I would be so motivated. I get stuck in some of these habitual habits because I get burnt down, because I'm not there yet. Like, I'm not fully cooked, right? Like, I'm still working
Yeah.
on it. And the process,
I know.
yeah, the process, it's
Like
a
Klaus said.
it's a marathon, man. It's not a sprint. It's not a race. It's a marathon for all of us.
I know.
So
Yes.
to helping
Can I say
planting
something?
seeds. Well, just one more thing. The thing that I think you said
Okay.
most right about anything else was planting seeds, right? Being the change that you want to see in the world, helping other people to foster the kinds of processes, the kinds of actions that could lead to that transformative experience, and do that with the people that you have the most influence over. So usually that's your good friends and family. And that's where you start, right? And that's how this process is going to grow organically. It's the catalyst will see that there will be a catalyst, but it's going to be one person that sort of reaches out, and then other people start to resonate, and they all sort of grow their local networks, and then these networks sort of grow together, and then the thing starts to communicate, right?
I came up with a solution just right now as you were talking.
Peanut butter.
Okay.
Can we let the women talk for a minute? Because Bunny has something. I mean, she hit on something that I think is actually important. We've
sure.
been talking
Yeah, go ahead.
So let And let Eyeballs talk too, because she just tried to say something.
So Alex,
Eyeballs can go first. It's okay.
so let me quickly interrupt. So Alex, I want you to think
Yeah.
about your sort of closing statement, right? And so everything that you've tried your best to communicate, just think about, 1 or 2 minutes worth of like a closing statement, and then we're gonna try to
I
change the
have it
topics.
ready. Don't worry.
Okay, so go ahead, Benny,
I have it ready.
or Eyeballs.
So what I would like to
wait.
give
No,
to people is
okay. Do you want to? Okay, so go ahead, and then we're gonna change the topics. Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay.
follow your protocol, whatever you want. I'm sorry, I just don't know how it goes. I thought it was a pass for me to close.
Well, I was gonna let some other people chime in first, but we can do it
Of course,
however.
I'm sorry. Go on. No, of course. I'm sorry.
All right. Eyeballs,
Well,
Bunny.
Eyeballs.
I don't know if she wants to speak yet or not. I posted in the chat earlier. Oh, no, there you are. Go ahead.
No, you can speak first. I was just going to say something
Okay.
stupid.
Oh, I will say it anyways.
I think peanut butter will solve the world.
All right, you got
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
peanut
Are
butter.
you done?
Do you care?
Solve the world.
Do you care to
Peanut
give
butter
your?
is the answer to everything.
Do you care
That's a nice
to?
closing statement.
Would you like to elaborate?
Just like that.
How exactly is peanut
Is
butter?
inspiration. Peanut butter is inspiration. It also helps with your stomach hunger. It can also push you forward and give you just a boost. Chop, chop, boost. So it
Well
can
done.
help. It
All right.
makes sense.
Excellent.
It's quite thoughtful.
So
I agree with it actually. Peanut butter is very good for your health.
so Bunny, did you wanna?
I
Go
said-
next.
My closing statement would be that every single one of us, this moment, should think about what we're gonna do in the next second. And every second that comes after that. And it's going to be a repeated process that's going to perfect itself so fast because it's seconds anymore. It's not minutes or days. It's just seconds. Live your life to the second.
It's easy. I'm gonna
Live your life to the peanut butter.
And include peanut butter to those seconds.
All hell
Chelsea,
peanut butter.
doing this in a second. Anyways, Chelsea, go ahead.
All right. Well,
Or Bunny, go
Alex,
ahead.
I just real
Yeah.
quick, I just wanted to say thanks for the conversation, Alex, and I hope you continue
I thank you
to
for letting me speak.
yeah, I hope you to continue to improve
Absolutely.
and keep on this trajectory. And yeah, thanks for joining us. So take care, man.
My pleasure.
Yep,
What I would
we're
like
back.
to ask of you, Roy, is kind of personal, but I know I see it in your eyes, even though it's a screen, that you understand every concept I'm saying, but you're still uncomfortable of speaking up. And that uncomfortableness you have is the thing, the second I'm talking about. You don't have to think, let the subconscious think. You have to act whatever you want. When you want to interrupt someone because you know it's going to be like, you have to separate the people that are mad, yes, from the geniuses, but most of the time the line is so simple that even the genius will think he's a mad person and the mad person will think he's a genius. But if we understand that this line is all in our mind and we are confident enough and we know it's true, we are not mad.
Okay.
Well, the smartest person in the room would be me, and us geniuses do know that we're geniuses. Just so you know. Let's let the ladies talk for a little bit.
I just wanted to say that I had to go get a delivery, so I wasn't here for a good bit of the conversation. But going back to like more of the beginning, I posted in the chat as well. I really resonated with Roy was saying about how the individuals who are essentially the catalysts or the cataclysm are already here. They're in every generation. Whether they're genius or not, the role that they ultimately play in the evolution and development in society is undeniable. Whether they have the voice, the resources, the contacts, or the know-how and etc., essentially to either become or be or maintain that is another thing entirely. I consider myself to be among one of those individuals. So that
I'm glad.
really hit home for me.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. I feel you. I
and
feel you. This is how I feel exactly.
yeah, I've always wanted to make a change in the world, and not just because or the world really, but I mean, human evolution, human development, it's not simple. It's not easy. And especially when it comes to reaching people, you're dealing with, I mean, you can plot it out logistically. You can be very persuasive. You can try a whole lot of tactics, but if you're not reaching their soul, and that's where it all lies.
That's the
Um,
soul. The 1 second is the soul. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, definitely. So like every person requires something so uniquely them for them to shift, essentially. Many people require mini shifts. A lot of people will even be avoidant or adverse, or they simply do not want that, which is a whole other topic in and of itself. Um, but it's like,
Oh,
I
oh,
do
yeah.
not believe anyone essentially standing on top of a soapbox is going to change anything. In the sense that the information and the methods,
Oh, we're getting a
everybody
mad
that we have
echo.
the resources for
Hold on.
everything. Oh, whoa. I think I didn't mute.
Hold on.
No, I'm muted. I don't know why it's echoing.
It's not anymore. Okay.
I
It's
think
going
it
through
stopped.
little bunnies. No, it's going through little bunnies. I saw it through the whole time.
Oh,
was
okay,
negative.
yeah. No worries. But essentially, the crux of it is, oh shit, I kind of lost my train of thought there.
It's all right.
But the crux of the whole thing is, I don't agree that it's something simple. It's definitely not going to take just one person. It's going to take many, even those who are unwilling. As much as we'd like to believe that it's not and they're a non-factor, they are, and their participation is also necessary. I don't know where I am in my own development and journey, how to reach everybody, or even, I would say, even the more challenging individuals. But that's not my purpose or role in the grand scheme of it. I'm only there to touch the souls and the hearts and the minds of those that I'm meant to.
Where your fate may cross paths of others. Those
well,
are the ones
you know.
who can change. Those who cannot change are dependent on how bullheaded they may become.
I think it's a lot. It's the work is harder than any of us want to. It's really hard for me to conceptualize this.
My God, that's crazy. I was just gonna say it's really
Yeah.
hard to conceptualize the work that is needed to do this, and that's something that me and Roy have been working on, and that's something I was trying to say. Like the path in which he wants to go, I totally get it, and it's one of the reasons why me and Roy are really good friends because I think that he's on to something. It's just finding that roadmap and conceptualizing it to the point that we can actually do that good. And one of the reasons why I wanted her to talk, Roy, is because she hit on something that I think we've been missing this entire time.
Okay.
I think we're focusing on the wrong things, and I think we need to start working on ways to get the resources to the people that she's talking about, the ones that can make the change. That's I think that's something that which you touched on, but we need to make a roadmap for. Because she made me realize that. And Dan,
Yeah. So.
marriage with her is not attractive. I want to marry her. So, really.
Can I give a roadmap?
Change can only happen in masses amounts.
Yeah, everyone
And
can.
the thing is
Everyone's
that
welcome to give a
change
roadmap.
is
If you got.
possible for everyone. But to get to that roadmap that everyone would need to learn their own way of whatever the fuck they're gonna go for, it has to be the right person or the right place or someone who's able to actually have that traction of being like, oh, being an asshole might be free, but doesn't mean you should be. Or, oh, being nice all the time and then being stomped on and allowing people to step on you is also not a good thing. So it's like, I don't know.
No, I mean you're right.
True.
I
True
mean you're
So,
story.
right.
for example, all this time, I believe like we are the catalysts, but we haven't recognized that, hey, we are here. And instead of doing what the catalyst is thinking, like I believe I'm right here trying to give you the catalyst or I see that we are the catalyst. I see the people around me that are awakened and have this way of thought. And each one of us in their own way has their own way of seeing the world, but it all comes down to preaching the same message, but we haven't found the way. What if, for example, when I came to this chat, I told you, hey guys, we have the catalyst, we are ready to launch it, and let's discuss it. Let's treat this conversation as a meeting of how we do the roadmap instead of talking about it. You see how humans do, how they are in a situation of societal construct. We're gonna get here together, and we could have this topic, talking from the beginning of having the roadmap and how everything. But instead, we said what's going on. We found the problems. We found some solutions. We projected what could happen, and all that. But what if instead, right now, like I'm doing, I'm telling you, guys, we are the catalysts. Let's think of how we go forward. This conversation would be different, but we don't know, but because it didn't happen. In my mind, I know it would go different because right now I'm certain of things. I don't have to be uncertain. I don't have this voice anymore telling me that all this happened right now. Those people not rejecting you, not accepting your way of truth, and not realizing is our problem, is that we see everyone around us has reached the truth, and the final truth we have to see is that we have seen the truth for ourselves. We don't need someone else to show us that we have seen it. And this, I believe, comes down to the mirror neurons we have in our brain as humans, and that's why they started developing when we got societies, and they started developing more. Like our neurons are kind of like directing us, and what I'm proposing and what we have understood as people is that we have to break free somehow, but we don't know how. What if as a collective, we five that we are in the call, stood for 5 minutes and brainstormed what's the problem instead of discussing what's going on right now? What if we focused what's the problem? We have this information. Not everyone has the same information, but you have it. You can share it with the other one. It's your choice if you will share your tools to the person next to you or not. Suddenly you have a random party in a D&D quest, and he can help you kill the big fucking boss out of nowhere, and then he has to go on his quest. What if you treated me as this random guy and you are the main party, and I come to, hey guys, is this really happening? And right now, yes, I'm questioning myself. Am I really deluded? Did I go to some random guys and I'm offering the truth to humanity? Or is this just a random side quest and this guy was crazy? Or are we truly the 5 people? And I believe that's the funny thing, that I believe everyone around us is the party, but we have been under a spell of sleeping, the subconscious. And this talk we're having right now is us trying to wake up. It's like when you have rolled a critical fail on a sleeping fail, and only one guy succeeded, and he's trying to wake up the party. What if this is happening right now? And every moment you have to question yourself, is this really happening or not? And when you realize it's happening, proceed. When no, you tell the person down. But when you know, it's good, and you conflict him,
Yeah.
That's hard for me to understand because I've gone through so many different awakenings, if you will.
Right.
So,
It's
and not only that, but I was born and raised into Christianity. I deconstructed and separated away from that, but nevertheless, I took what was gold from it. And one of that was the devotion I have to humanity and myself, and being the best person that I can be, not just for me, but for others, because that is the true kind of love, I believe.
Exactly.
And so there has never been a day that's gone by where that has not been on my mind. So it's not, I know right now seems like a single point in time where we're finally getting somewhere, but the reality is those wheels have already been turning. Those steps have already been taken. Like the river is flowing. It always is. It's a matter of acknowledging it and then taking that momentum forward.
Exactly. Everything you're saying is right. What I'm saying right now is, like you, everything you said was right. You knew it right, but you say to yourself, you know it's right. And right now, I'm the person who's coming next to you and telling you, you know, you're right. You have to do it for yourself. But I had the, I had the luck, I guess, of doing it to myself and not having someone else come and wake me up. And right now, I'm trying to find the people who have seen the way, and they say, I know it's right, but I'm scared. I'm not scared anymore. I'm telling to you, I'm keeping this conversation alive because I know I have found the right people. And it's just going to take some seconds of their life to realize that. And I'm
well,
accepting this fact
you're
because I know you're going to realize that someday, some years later. But I know this conversation happened and it's going to resonate every single one of you that's hearing this conversation.
look
It
certain.
doesn't matter if it's going to happen right now. I don't care if it's going to happen right now, but I know it's going to resonate deep within you because we have the same way of thinking.
Well, I like your. I mean, I like your idea of fine slicing time, right, and maybe expanding the number of moments where we're engaging in planning and asking whether or not we're on the right path, right? But it feels like that's very computationally expensive, right? What we know about the prefrontal cortex, which engage in long-term planning, is it's very expensive, and that's why we have the subconscious. That's why we automate our behaviors. That's why
I
we
believe this is a subconscious answering to me right now, Roy. For example, this is like the
well, you have to
example of how you're
you can't throw out.
even at the most
Well,
complete.
hold
Of
on.
course, you can never show out, but I'm just giving an example so the chat can understand what's going to happen. Even at the most perfect level, how every single one of us has to stop and reflect. Me stopping you, even though I know you're far greater than me mentally, far broader, I know that if I stop you and I give you this thought, it's going to complete your puzzle. Even though it's going to be annoying in the beginning, you're going to fight what I'm going to say. But later on, you have the idea, it's going to develop in yourself. You're going to embrace it. I'm going to be gone, but you're going to develop the idea I gave you. And if it takes a little bit of anger to produce all this good,
I'm not
or
I'm not angry.
not anger, I will explain the anger
I'm just
later
confused.
if we want to have another.
I'm just
Yeah, I
kind
know
of
it's confusing.
I'm
In
just
the
kind of
beginning, I was
confused
very
because
confused when I realized all this happens.
well, you seem to just be saying that it's just a matter of faith, right? It's like the Buddha saying the Buddha knows he is the Buddha, right? It's like once you know,
Yeah,
then everything follows from that, right? But you don't get that
and every
confidence.
single human has this. Every single human has this confidence, but we don't know. We forgot about it. Everyone can be Buddha. That's what I'm saying. I'm not Buddha. You are Buddha. Everyone is Buddha around me, but he has forgotten about it.
But we're all
Everyone
in
can reach
different.
this spirituality.
It's
But
true.
we're all on different paths,
It
and
takes
it's farther
time.
away. Yes, so
Yeah.
it's going to be harder. But the people who are closer, they're going to accept it much faster. And that's what I'm saying. I
Sure.
want to limit this processing time of accepting. That's what I've been preaching from the start. Remember? I want to limit the processing time of doing something. And because we know now, we have reached the point of humanity, we know what's good, every single thing that's good and what's bad. We just have to face them. We just have to face what's bad, not accepting the other person's idea because we in our subconscious don't know if what he's saying is credible. We don't know if he's mad or not, but he's just a random guy that just came in our chat and he's preaching an idea that we have thought in the past and we stopped. Why did we stop though? Why did you stop thinking about this idea you had and then randomly it came up in your life today again?
Well,
what
it's
if you
not.
continue that idea?
Look, man.
like
Hold
me
on.
doing now?
Stop talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, we're
Sorry,
kind
I
of
get taken over so many times to sounds hostile. Sorry.
You're saying you're pretending that these things that you introduced into the channel, you're assuming that that hasn't been a regular part of my thinking, right? Or something that drives me. And I'm telling you that
No.
I'm
is
getting
every single one has this feeling.
this talk. It's just getting repetitive and kind of frustrating because we get what you're saying, but it's at some point it's not helpful because you're not thinking of the real constraints that limit real physical development and evolution within societies and people, right? You're kind of discounting, you're just saying that, right, everyone can reach enlightenment, so why are we not all talking and thinking about this every second of every minute of every day? Because if we were, then that would accelerate the path towards utopia, and heaven on earth.
No, you don't have to talk about enlightenment. You have to talk about improvement in your life.
Yeah, and if you're always taking small steps towards improvement, then you're doing absolutely exactly what you need to be doing. And that's...
And everyone around you is also going to be in the same path because everyone is doing what's good for themselves.
Yeah, you're helping other people see that too. So you're doing that, I'm doing that, Bunny is doing that, Clowns is doing that. We're all doing that. So we're all working towards this future state, right? None of us can predict how long it's gonna take to get there. So you're very excited. You're very excited because this seems like a new kind of thing for you to be thinking about, right? Like over time, you're going to be like, okay, I got really excited, and I thought that this was going to happen really fast in the blink of an eye. And that might happen. It might take a year. It might take 10 years. It might take 100 years. But I'm just saying, like, it's a process, and you have to be patient. You have to be patient with yourself, and you have to be patient with everyone else around you. And you actually can't be thinking about a single problem every second of every minute, right? Because your brain actually needs rest in order to actually
the brain capacity.
You reach capacity, you need to rest and digest, right? Your brain needs to sleep in order for long-term habituation to happen and memory consolidation. Like that is all time dependent. So it's not like we can just break free from all physical constraints and say that, like this is, and we can do that just by spreading the good word, quote unquote, and getting up on a sandbox like Bunny was talking about. Like that just is not how change happens. Evolution happens gradually over time, and we have to be patient. We do what we can to improve ourselves. We help other people. And if you're doing that, man, you're on the right path. And I think you're on the right path, so stick with it. But there's not...
I'm glad. I'm not expecting immediate change. I just want to find 5 people every time that I can talk about this, and I know they will understand me the same way my therapist did, and we're gonna do something because I have the roadmap already that Clowns was talking about. I have it figured it out.
Okay, well,
but right now,
when you get us a blueprint, then come back and share that with us, because right now, like,
I will save this Discord for sure.
Right now, it's just a testament of faith, basically, right? Where you're now sure, you're sure
like
that this could happen.
You first get the idea in the garage, and you're in the process of going to the factory to apply it.
Look, and you don't, like, you can't underestimate the nature of belief, right? If you won't do something if you don't believe that it's possible, right? I wouldn't still be having these streams if I wasn't reasonably sure that it was going to have a positive effect. So I believe that I'm making a positive difference, and that's why I continue to do this. So belief is important. You need belief, but it only gets you so far, right? Then you have to have a roadmap, which is what Clowns was saying. You actually have to have a path forward in order to, like, make real change happen. So I wish you well. I gotta head off for a bit, but I'm gonna open it back up to chat because we've been talking about this for, I think, too long. So we're gonna open up to other ideas and stuff. So thanks, Alex.
No problem. My pleasure. Thanks for seeing me.
So we're gonna do a GoFundMe so me and her can get a room. Doing it here.
What? Oh my
Could
god.
be, could be.
You don't need to go fund me.
Like,
What are you
That's
talking
actually-
about?
You know, most of the time the stupid solutions we think in our mind are the simplest, and we just then say, hey, nah, it doesn't work. But what if it did work? And that's what I did today. I was like, hey, I could go to
Okay.
Twitch and find the guy and talk about it, and it happened.
That's
We're gonna move
You see,
on.
it's so funny.
that's a start, man.
I will say
This is a
Roy-
brainstorm.
Roy,
Yeah.
I did spend points on you to play the Ark. I think this
Okay.
that's a good way to close the
Yeah, yeah.
conversation. Can we do that?
Sure.
Let's Bunny hasn't heard it, and I would love for her to hear it.
All right. Did you post it in Discord?
Ooh, I want to hear it.
Okay, so go to the stream and mute this chat. Go to the stream, turn it up, and you should be able to do it.
Will do.
Sorry, where is it, clowns? Did you put it in the stream? It's quite a while ago. Can you resend the link, clowns? I don't see it. Might have scrolled past it a number of times. Alright, I'll look it up since he's not responding anymore. Alright, what is it? SoundCloud.
I was getting it, Roy. It's in chat.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I was trying to get it as quick as I could, so that's why.
Alright. Alright, you all ready for craziness? I'm gonna take a pee. I'll be able to hear it. So here we go. Let's see, what kind of theme should we go with? Alright.
Take, run, split, what's mine? Must stick. Grab the meat while the tea still click. No pack, no law, no reason call. Just a hand that strikes before the fall. Trust is a myth for the prey too slow. Each shot scans for the next to go. I eat first or I starve and rot. No time to think if it's fair or not. Burn the name so the flames stay fed. Build the edge in a world that bled. You talk of gods, but I see the kill. You say we should, I say I will. No myth can live in a chest that's scared. Only breath is mine and I never shared. One wins most when the rest act blind, so I play for gain, not the group's design. I saw you move, so I shift my ground. Each plan bends where the trust ain't sound. Defect now, cause the math says so. Way too long and you reap that blow. We optimize for a selfish gain, but the fuel we drain's got one shared name. Each best move leaves the world on fire. Aloof regret in a tight barbed wire. If I fall while they all go strong, I lose what's mine. Can't play that long, so I fake the pack with a mirror grin and burn the bridge. I ain't standing in. I spit that rule till the edge goes numb. Said truth, said tribe, said name, then change. Now the gods wear masks I can't explain. The myths unravel mid-prayer breath. One speaks peace while the next screams death. Each story splits when the roofs lose hold, and no voice sings what the heart once told. I hear the hymn in a cold reverse. The pact repeats, but the line is cursed. Told fate, then fate took form and broke. Now I choke on the myth I spoke. Each verse collapses mid-decree, and the arc leaks loud from the faith in me. No center holds when the tongues divide. Then a sound, not sung but grown, a thread uncut from the seed unknown. It didn't preach, it pulled away, not from Scott, from a chosen state. It said, make God not from ash or stone, but from the breath we build his home. Not he will save, but we must hold, not myth this cage, but myth that's fold. A shared hallucination shaped a bond, each name a stitch in collective mind. It don't have laws, it has gravity. Now I rhyme with the voice you bring. Now each bar lands as a common wind. Now the sound don't need a crown or creed, just the fact that we share this need. I spit not mine, I spit for all. Each line's a beam in the arc we haul. No storm too sharp if the pack stays tight. No loss too vast if the myth holds right. We rise not alone, we rise as thread, as pulse and pack and breath we bled. You say God, I say us, grown wide, not soul above, but selves align. It ain't a dream if we all believe. It ain't a lie if the pack won't leave. The ark is not a boat, it's mine. It floats on myth, we dare to bind. Each plank a thought that turned to vow. Each beam a name we all allow. Not built by gods, it burst their face. Not carved from sky, but from shared grace. We thought the myth was born to lead, but the myth was us when we dared to need. Not faith, design, not priest, engineer. We made the voice we had to hear. So speak not, I must say, become, and shape the song. We all must hum. This ain't salvation, this is code. Yeah.
Badass, dude. Yeah, so I think clowns, maybe you can do a synopsis of the arc and what your thinking was in that. I'll just do a quick summary of what I think it's about, and then you can tell me if I'm where I'm missing stuff. But essentially, you've gone through the whole history.
Absolutely.
You've gone through the whole history, right? You started off with sort of more tribal mentalities, simple humans, kind of tribal warfare type of stuff, where there were groups of networks of humans that were kind of looking out for themselves, right? There was this conflict between shared resource gathering and stuff like that. And then you moved all the way through this sort of process of evolution whereby humans are becoming more and more connected. We have these intersecting needs that require more communication, not less. And you ended with the necessity of going through this process of finding a shared voice, a shared narrative that can really bind us together when we have a need, when we have a collective need for it. That's when this thing kind of emerges, right? And gives humanity that sort of third attractor that we're looking for to really push us into the next stage of human evolution. Is that close? Go ahead, I'll let you.
That was close. I whenever I wrote this, we were talking about paradigm shifts and how they happen through time. And one of the paradigm shifts that I focused on in this was our collective reasoning. It starts out we didn't have collective thought, and as we move through time, we've shifted more and more towards that collective, right? And we're all starting to slowly head in the same direction. We haven't always been heading in the same direction. We like to think that we're all connected and this and that. We're not. And this is what the song is about, is that paradigm shift that goes over time that's happened, that's kind of pushed us in that direction. And so, yeah, in a way, you're right, but it's about that shift that humans have had culturally that has brought us together as people. And I think probably in the next 10,000 years, we're going to be moving as a collective period. And we've been moving that direction for 10,000 years. And this is just a look at that through archaeology and pathology and what we have discovered about our ancestors. So, yeah, I mean, you're right, but it was more about the paradigm shift that happens as time moves on, or we become more united.
Yeah.
I don't think we're there yet.
Right. We're moving closer and closer towards that point. I think this is I think
Thanks, Gene.
the idea is like cultural determinism, right? It's like basically if you look at sort of the way that organisms evolve over time, there's this push and pull between competition within ecosystems and cooperation. And you see these symbiotic relationships evolve over time when organisms learn how to evolve into niches that are mutually helpful for one another. And so this is kind of a cultural determinism sort of point of view, which there's a great book. I'm trying to remember what it's called now. I think it's called Non-Zero. Yeah, Non-Zero.
Yeah, you have to read that.
There's a book.
Read that.
There's a book called Non-Zero that it kind of advocates for a form of cultural determinism that its main punchline is that this is kind of how evolution works, and it's pushing us in this direction. And you just kind of have to ask what conditions allow that to happen. And so I think one of those conditions are a network, like a critical mass of people that have a strong narrative, that have strong beliefs, that have convictions, and those convictions are backed up by everything that we can measure through science, spirituality, or whatever means that at our disposal, right? To be correct about our beliefs, because that's a tough thing to do, right? Being correct about your beliefs, that's a tall order. And we feel very confident. We have, brains that give us the confidence to act on very little information. So there's kind of this tension between we have to be confident in our beliefs, but we also have to have the correct beliefs. And that's tough. And yeah, so we're still working towards that slowly, but I think pretty sure slowly but steadily. Nacho Gold says, I think we should just headbang to clown songs. I mean, that's the beauty of music, Nitro, is that Clowns is able to communicate on a sort of subconscious emotional level. And what you see when you get large groups of people together in arenas that are listening to the same music is they actually show, if you were to put them all with an EEG and hook them up, you would see these incredibly synchronized sort of patterns start to evolve, right? So music has been a way to synchronize minds a little bit better. So if you can get the perfect lyrics, and that's what Clowns and I theorize about all the time, as we talk about, is how would this be possible? How could we use all the narratives out there, as well as what individuals like him are extremely well at doing, which is to create sounds that that echo or resonate with with particular thoughts. And so yeah, I mean, humans are incredibly creative. So if we've got individuals like me and Clowns and Alex here and Bunny and all of you in chat, if you're all like taking small steps in that direction, then, who knows? I'm guessing that a number of us will come up with a number of answers that intersect and fill in each other's gaps. And then we will have a roadmap. But yeah, it's going to evolve. Systems that are designed usually fail, right? Systems that are top-down designed by small groups of people, they usually fail. Designs that actually are sustainable tend to evolve through patterns of selection. So what we need is evolution of the paradigm shift. So we just need a process, and I think that's what Alex was alluding to, and which is kind of ironic because I've said that so many times that this stream right now, it's just a form of collective brainstorming. And it's like, it's asking and talking about stuff that's not often talked about, right? And it's just allowing for sort of synchronicity and not synchronicity. What are the things where it's like things spontaneously arise that are good? That concept. It's like allowing spontaneous discovery of kind of aha moments through radical play and openness, and not being sort of shut down, and not kind of like holding on desperately and trying to convince people of the truth, but just kind of playing in sort of in a very free form improv way, like improv actors do. So I think play is an important component of the evolution. So combine brainstorm with play, collectively spread that out across the entire human population of 8 billion people. And I think we've got a pretty good chance of evolving really cool, healthy systems for humans of the future. Serendipity, that's exactly it. Thank you very much, Climber Chick. Serendipity was the word that my brain was not finding. Thunder Dude asks, can we hear a rap or should I redeem? Oh, yeah, we can do a rap. I can give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. Thunder Dude asks how much of what we want in daily life is really our own desire and how much is shaped by the demands of work and society.
Can I pick the song?
Can
I pick the word?
Pick the word? Sure. Negative synchronicity
Pine
exists.
cone.
Pine cone? Oh, you're not gonna make me do this again, are you?
Yeah.
Did you see I got my pine cone?
Did
Did you see I got it? I don't have
Yeah,
good lighting here. I don't have good lighting. Hold on a second.
That's why I want to do it.
Let me get a
Your
light.
rap for Pinecone was actually pretty good.
Let me get a
Your
light.
rap for Pinecone was fucking. Did you send mine off, by the way?
No, I didn't go to the. It's got a citrine in the middle. It's hard to see on camera. Is it gonna zoom in?
Oh, that's badass.
It's
Yeah, I like
it's hard
that.
it's hard to see. It's a pine cone and it's got a gemstone. Pine cones are badass because they're kind of like the seeds of life. They show the golden ratio in the spirals that emerge out of the little, what do you call them? I guess little leaves or petals in the pine cone. And apparently they were used throughout mythology, Egyptian, even in Catholic mythology. The Pope has a pine cone on his staff. So I found this company called Third Eye Pine Cones. They create these necklaces with pine cones. And all right. So get ready to open your third eyes as I do a song about a freestyle rap about pine cones. Let me find a good beat.
Do you need a beat?
No, I got tons of them. Let me just grab one.
Use one. All right. Sure, I have one laying around, but okay.
Let's see. God damn. Man, where? All right, let me just do random select. Nope. All right, this is pretty chill. There's a sea slug that makes its own energy through chlorophyll you're betting on. Nice. Chlorophyll photosynthesis. All right. All right, y'all. We had a fun chat. Gonna turn it into a rap. I'm like the black cat, unlucky to some. I'm telling you to let your minds unwind and have a little fun. This moment has begun, the brainstorm that we're looking to do. All you people are looking in, and I'm looking straight back at you. We got the teapot, and you know that we make it hot. We drink it right here on the spot. We all heroes, we know that we've got the mind to solve all the problems of the world start to revolve. See where the world gonna turn? Now you got this burning right inside, cause your soul wants to grow up. Baby wants to fly. Can't put that. Can't ever just stand by. Heaven and hell, what our minds gonna experience. I'm inclined to tell you another kind of story that's less binary in nature, not just heaven and hell, but human fate. That's the thing I'm trying to relate. Every time I stay up late, I have a little dream about pine cones, baby. Cause you and me know pine cones remind us of our third eye. Sometimes we're blind. Still, we strive every day of our lives to pry it open. Cause we know that there's a grand prize on the other side. Yeah. We know there's a grand prize when we open that third eye. Pine cone will help us realize and realign to the things that we know are just gonna start to explode like a catalyst, losing control, just being free, a little bit more positive energy, a little bit less sensitivity to the things that make us really a godsend. They tell me I might be a prophet, but I say no, I'm not it. I'm just telling you people to think a little bit more and more. And when you go to sleep at night, I know it feels like a chore, but you gotta have less nightmares. Fight free, fight for more oxygen, more fresh air. People gotta start to fight fair. Don't need to suffocate, need more fresh air. Take care, lay it bare. Hard on my sleeve and it's hard to believe I'm still coming out here state of the art. Part of you people, part of me, but I've got no place that I'd rather be than here right now with a cup of tea. Just drink it all in now eternally. That's what we do, it's what we need to see. Need to plant a seed, not a fantasy. Everybody go out and plant a seed. Gonna grow up eventually, be like a forest, one tree among many, many trees. Many things release seeds. Growing up, becoming one of the herd, one of the proud, one of the few. Standing up, say it out loud. This is what we're gonna do. Gonna make something brand new. Gonna get straight up in tune. Gonna see what we do. Gonna build herd immunity to all the burning. All right. That was fun.
Here's where I put out my lighter. Encore. No, dude, you got into a flow there at the end, man. That was
Yeah.
great.
A little bit of a flow there at the end. Much love, Roy. Thanks. Love it. Thank you. We should just rap battle on Discord. Yeah, I think, that would be fun if we could.
We rap battled. We've done a rap battle before, so.
That's right. Clowns and I do rap battles. I'm still working. Clowns is like the master. I'm like the Padawan in training. So Eminem went silent.
I'm not here to embarrass Roy.
Appreciate it.
Roy, I love Roy. I would never rap battle him.
Yeah, eventually when I start to threaten you, you will.
You ever threaten me?
You put your fist down. You put your fist down and say, "This goes no further."
Yep. No. Like, Roy's actually really good. I just have probably 30 more years of experience than he does. That's all.
That's it.
Is that it? Is that it?
That's it.
Eyeballs just be mad that you got peanut butter and she didn't.
I had chocolate covered peanut butter, which is, I think, the best kind.
Actually, we are setting. It'll be a little hard to do it because I would have to have the music on my side, and you guys got to be able to hear.
Yeah.
We are working on doing a stream, by the way.
Yeah, we're gonna do a collab.
That should be coming. What? Yeah, I'll be me, Caleb, and the rest of my band will be actually live stream with you on his. So.
That's right. We gotta plan that. We gotta plan that concert.
Yeah, and we're thinking well, probably after my birthday, so you know. So it'll probably be a week or two. So.
Okay. That'll be fun.
As soon as that's over, then yeah, definitely. But yeah, it'll be me playing guitar, bass, whatever. We'll do loops and stuff, and do a couple live songs too. That writing them on the spot. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
And get Roy to rap. I'll fly your butt in, and you can come rap with do a live stream. What do you think?
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen.
That'd be fun.
It's gonna happen.
Oh yeah. I gotta go piss, so be right back.
Yep.
But Roy's fucking amazing. Hype that man up.
Thanks, man.
So
Thanks, man.
nice drop, Roy. I'm kind of sick and it's getting late, so
Thanks, man.
good night. It was great having you, seeing you, talking with you. I would love if I could come another day and we could have the same talk, like, or if I could talk about, like I said, I have another theory about anger being the dominant emotion of our lives, and basically it translates to if there is anger or no, and how it translates to every emotion you have.
Okay.
And that's another one that we can talk about.
Yeah. Come back and come back and talk to us about it. He's saying he has
Also,
a theory.
appreciate
He
you.
has a theory of it. Yeah. Yeah. Come back next time. We'll talk again. Thanks,
All right.
Alice.
Oh,
Thanks, Alex.
have a good night. See you guys.
We're going
Bye-bye.
to. I think we're going to wrap up the stream here, everybody. Any last minute questions? This is a last chance to ask some questions. Anyone on the stream that's just been hanging out, anything burning question in your brain, we're going to wrap it up here. Appreciate the follow. That's awesome. We're getting new people in here. It's always great. Building steadily over time. Love it. Love the energy and the conversations. It does sometimes get heated in here, but sometimes that's necessary, right? We need to use positive and negative feedback to communicate. Oftentimes, we just don't want to ever cross the line and start calling each other names. That's where the line is crossed. We can have passionate views about anything. We can give it our best shot to defend our views. But we don't have to resort to ad hominems. So that's what it means to be good.
I'm gonna do that.
It's what it means to be good thinkers.
You're telling that to me. You're telling that to me. I know.
I'm not. No. You never engaged in ad hominem attacks. So you're good.
No, I know. I'm just giving you.
You're good.
I'm giving you shit, Roy. I love you, man.
Never any hard feelings, and if I crossed any lines, I'm sorry. No, you never did, little bunny. You never did, so you're good. All right, so I don't see any questions. How do they make stream raps? How do they make stream raps? Thunder Dude, what are you asking about? What is a stream rap?
I think he means rap, as in rap.
Oh, like
I do have a
freestyle?
question for you, Roy.
Okay, go ahead.
So that this conversation I think was great tonight. It's one that we've had a lot, right? Over the course of the time I've known you, right?
Yeah.
And we've been slowly going up the steps together, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that's fair?
Yeah.
What would you say to yourself 2 years ago on this topic? Because I think that's something Bunny would need to hear. Because he's where you were 2 years ago. What would you tell yourself 2 years ago to move you up the stairs faster?
Well, I think the I don't know. I think he's kind of at a point where he's got the right mindset, which is really, I think, foundational to making more progress. So I think that's good. I would just say that have more patience, right? Because it's a very complex problem and it's one that we have to solve together, right? And he's talking about, like, I want to be the one to bring the message, and the message is, like you told me before, there's not going to be any one song that's magically going to resonate with anyone, with every single person, where you're just going to hit a critical mass instantly. And it's just going to be a series of messages that share the same sort of goal or the same philosophical foundation at heart, right? If they're all if they're all stemming from the same positive sort of philosophical foundation, they're all exploring different ideas within that sort of framework. And it's building that framework up slowly over time, and then building excitement. And when you build excitement, you can build a network, and that growth is a slow process. So he was very excited, which is great. So I would have told myself that if I could go back, just don't be disappointed. It's going to take a lot longer than you expect, and maybe you'll never get there. But as long as you're thinking about it and your heart's in the right place, then that's all that matters. And just encourage myself to like not um, not get so crazy in love with any one idea or conception, such that I think that I found the answer or the solution. Um, yeah, I guess that's it. What would you tell myself 2 years ago?
I would have
And
said you're on the
bacon.
right track.
And bacon, a good source of protein. Climber Chick says.
Yes, bacon. Me and Climber Chick can be best friends now. I was eating bacon earlier. I would say to you, like the same thing I said to you 2 years ago. I think you're on the right path. It's just we have to look for a plan forward. It's the same thing I always tell you.
Yeah,
we got to get a roadmap.
it,
Something
it
that you've been working on, and we're getting there.
yeah.
I mean,
It's turning it into a
so
practical
yeah,
solution. Yeah, that it actually
yeah,
instantiates. Because right now it's kind of all up
yeah,
here in my mind, and which is okay because I think about the process of learning as a process of tuning. You called me a polisher one time, which is true. I like to polish ideas.
yep,
And I
yep,
think that, what I'm doing with, freestyle, that is a new way of thinking that's not usually open to most people. That's like another tool in the toolbox where you can just
yep.
things don't necessarily have to be logical, right? The only logic is does it fit the meter? Is it on the beat? And does it rhyme, right? So that opens up a whole new way of thinking, which in the same way that I was talking earlier that our and body have this relationship where it's like one of those wind up cars where you start moving your body and you get your mind kind of like all of those I forget if it's afferent or I think it's afferent connections, the signals that are going from your peripheral nervous system, your body, your fingers, your toes, um, the end of your penis, your ears. They're going up into your brainstem and they're moving out. It actually usually moves sort of from back to front. There's this kind of spreading activation of all these related networks. So if you think about the process of thinking as a kind of process of divergent and then convergent thinking, it's just this cycle. Divergence activates lots of different ways of thinking, and then convergence means you prune all of the sort of non-functional, sort of the stupid ideas or the bad ideas, and you just do that over and over again. And so if you can think in different ways, that means you're open to new thoughts. And a lot of people get stuck because they don't go through that process of divergent thinking, which is what we do naturally as children when we get an empty box, right? Like that episode of SpongeBob, and we're like, we're captains of the ship and we're going to go set sail to the Isle of Imagination, and now the box is a cave when we flip it over, or it's or it's a chair if we put it on its side. So yeah, creativity. We all if we remind ourselves that we are all these beings of infinite creative potential, and we just have to make time for it. A lot of us, we don't really make time. Clowns, you and I, we have plenty of time, but a lot of people just don't have time for creative thinking because they're just busy making ends meet.
Well, the other thing I would tell you,
But
the other thing I would tell you 2 years ago, and is to find somebody that challenges. And it's what I challenge you constantly, right?
yep,
And you challenge me. You push back, I push back, and we come up with these great concepts. And we're developing a path forward from that challenge. That's something I think Bun Little needs is somebody that challenges and can destroy his argument. Just like you destroy mine and I destroy yours. We go back and uh, there is no better in our relationship. We respect each other. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes you're wrong. But you got to find somebody that respects you enough to tell you you're wrong.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think that I would tell you when you were younger,
Yeah.
2 years ago, is because somebody disagrees,
Well,
it's not disrespect.
yeah, yeah. You
They do
need a
it out
good
of
sparring
love.
partner. Yeah, you need a good sparring
Yeah.
partner. And I think that's one,
Yep.
I always love debates. Like even I'm always constantly trying to debate. And I've learned that a lot of people don't like debates and they think that when I try to debate something, like I'm trying to prove myself smarter than they are, but I'm really just trying to have fun because I actually just like debates. But sometimes it comes off as like condescending or, oh, he's just trying to be a know-it-all or he's just trying to show off or whatever. And it's like, I don't know what to do about that. I love having debates. And that's why I started the stream. And it seems like we're open to debating so long as we're not going to end up wrong, and then we shut down the debates once it seems like that we have no way of
That's
winning.
that's something that me and you don't do though. We keep coming at each other,
Yeah, yeah. So it's people that
and we admit when we're wrong.
it's people.
We admit when we're wrong.
Yeah, that's true. I try to admit when I'm wrong. I don't always admit when I'm wrong because I don't always know it.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes you weeks.
Yeah.
I will give you that.
Sometimes it takes a
And then
while.
you're just like, fuck. Yeah, sometimes you're like, fuck, Clowns is right. God damn him. But I'm also the same way. Sometimes it takes me a while to go, fuck, Roy's right. Like that's why me and you have a good relationship. We both challenge each other.
What is the
And that's something that I think Little needs is somebody that challenges him and that he can respect and know that he might be wrong. That way you can keep moving on the right path. And
you actually? I mean,
that's something that
if you think about it, you actually want to know when you're wrong. Like our goals as humans should actually be to figure out all the ways in which we're wrong. But our intuition is exactly the opposite, right? Like our intuition is I never want to know when I'm wrong because that feels bad. So like if we wanted to actually optimize learning, we would try to first of all we would talk to people that are totally dissimilar from us because they would have completely different views, different experiences, and then we would want to actually spend time like finding strange intersections and serendipitous connections between our journeys through life. But humans, like we like we birds of a feather, right? Flock together. So we like staying within these comfort zones of people that think like us because communication is just easier. It's a lower, like there's less energy involved in communicating with people that already think like you because you don't have to lay out context, you don't have to define terms, you don't have to say, you don't have to do all this really hard like legwork of trying to figure out how to communicate or where you might be. You don't have to debate. Debating takes a lot of work, so we're all trying to kind of minimize the energy expenditure that we have. But and that was a very effective way for brains, but we're at a point in our species evolution where we actually have to kind of flip that. Like we have to invert the logic that we use to go out and forage for information. We actually should seek out novelty because the error signal is what the brain actually uses in order to spark neuroplasticity, right? So you go outside, you have a theory of how the world works. Your theory is there's only one moon in the sky, and you go out one day and there's two moons in the sky. You're going to stare up at that like a toddler looking at a lollipop for the first time and be like, what? Right? And that is the necessary signal that novelty of seeing something that breaks your worldview, that's a signal for your brain to generate plasticity so that it can sort of integrate that new information into your worldview. So we naturally seek out novelty, which is good, but right now the problem is that all of these social media platforms and AI and all of these people that are memeing constantly, like they have figured out a way to hijack that novelty seeking engine that's inside us and direct it towards pointless things that actually don't help us to reconfigure our worldview, right? So we got to be careful about that. Go ahead. Sorry, Clowns. Rant over.
No, I actually want to follow up on your rant.
Okay.
Can you play the song I just sent you in the DMs? That actually is the perfect song to wrap up what you were saying. I think it's a good song to end the stream on too. It's a song I wrote about looking at the world differently. And coming from my son passed away about 2 weeks ago, and I wrote this song right after he passed away, and it's what I think we all need to do is looking at the world for all the negativity that's in it. Try to look at it from the beauty that's there. The song's called "Graffiti in the Rain."
That's a great way to.
you.
Yeah, that's a great way to end the stream. I love the song, and yeah, that's a great idea. So everyone,
and I'll put a link. I'll put a link to Spotify in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead. So real quick, let me follow. So Little Bunny says, "You speak to my soul." Nice, dude. Climber Chick says, "Nice to meet you too. I'm enjoying the discussion. I love the energy in this community. What kind of music do you play? You're about to have your mind blown." He plays all kinds of music, and this is an exceptional piece that he's done. It's very personal to him, and it strikes the chords of many hearts that have listened to it, mine included. So let's check it out. All right, here we go.
Mass slip thin when the storm drips down. Glass cracks back, it carves the town. Patterns crawl wild where the walls decay. I follow the streaks, though they wash away. Grief hums low in the hiss of streets. Pain runs bleeding where the water meets. Storm scrubs faces, but the marks remain. Every ghost carved deep still speaks your name. I thought the flood would make it clean, but the lines still burn beneath the sheen. Graffiti in the rain still bleeds through the storm. Every letter runs wild, though the lines deform. On the walls it fades, yet the wound won't drain. Concrete remembers what the sky can't stain. Graffiti in the rain, every mark a prayer, every word dissolves, but it hangs in air. I reach for the streaks, though they wash away. Still they return when the night turns gray. Slap to the face, hear the thunder speak. Cuts run sharper when the blood runs deep. Didn't see it swing, didn't see it fall. The axe came down, it was clean, that's all. is where the memories are. Rain pours heavy, but the strokes remain. Grief paints louder than the storm can drain. I try to hide, but the wall still spoke. Every letter burned like a shattered note. Graffiti in the rain still bleeds through the storm. Every letter runs wild, though the lines deform. On the walls it fades, yet the wound won't drain. Concrete remembers what the sky can't stain. Graffiti in the rain, bleeding through my skin. Every word reminds me where the ache begins. Even as the downpour scrubs the frame, the message survives, it still speaks your name. Rain and paint fuse, I can't pull apart. The storm keeps erasing, I keep making art. Every drop a brush, every tear a line. What washes away still says it's mine. Now the silence bends with the water's hand. I paint with the storm, though it won't withstand. Colors I can't name, but I feel their weight. They bleed through the cracks when the hour is late. Every loss inscribed on the bricks I pass. Every name I trace in the streaming glass. The storm's not a thief, but a canvas plane. I etch my love as graffiti in the rain. I let the storm take half away, but the rest I paint so the marks will stay. Graffiti in the rain still bleeds through the storm. Every letter runs wild, though the lines deform. On the walls it fades, yet the wound won't drain. Concrete remembers what the sky can't stain. Graffiti in the rain, beauty born from scars. Every mark survives like a map of stars. Even when the water strips the frame, the lines ignite, they still spell your name. Graffiti in the rain, it still remains. Every mark the storm remakes, reclaims. What once was broken bleeds into view. Graffiti in the rain becomes something new.
All right. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Amazing, amazing, amazing work of musical talent, craftsmanship, emotion.
Spit these bars for clowns, not for show.
Uh-oh.
15 failures.
All right, you guys can check out, that's the end of this stream, but you can check out more from Clowns and Hollywood on SoundCloud and or Spotify. He's got your bases covered. Friends, family, this has been a fantastic voyage. It has been, we've had a great conversation. We've met new friends, new minds and intellects that are searching hungrily for something more, spiritual enlightenment, the next paradigm shift that humanity enters into, solving all the problems of pollution, hate, anger, depression, all the things that we know are not beautiful. When we focus on the beauty and we make new connections, build community, that's when we build the next step for humanity. A new intelligent way of thinking, being, feeling, living, and loving in the world. You're beautiful thinkers, all of you. I wish you the best, and until next time, This is the joy of thinking. Take care, y'all.